Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Falling to Earth. The floating gun transformed into a flexible fish, swimming in the sea called the universe, but this fish was not a cute flatfish, but a dangerous and deadly great white shark, spewing pink beam fangs, tearing apart all the prey they targeted. There are so many, it's worthy of being a fortress. Beep beep beep. Yang Hui, who was originally at ease, suddenly heard the alarm from the machine, and his relaxed and casual face became solemn, because the energy had reached the bottom. Flit. Hurry up. Nearly an hour had passed since the battle began. The 3 Gundams of the Celestial Battalion were guarding the central defense line alone. On the surface, only the Flag Gundam's battle was the most intense. The Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam were just sitting back and shooting to clean up the fish that had slipped through Grimm's net. But in fact, the consumption of Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam is much greater than that of Flag Gundam. The Dawn Gundam in the center is the most prominent, because he not only has to destroy the enemy planes that have been torn apart as much as possible, but also has to take care of the Flag Gundam's buttocks, so that it will not be stabbed from the back during the charge. After fighting until now, the energy of Dawn Gundam has finally turned red. If it maintains the current high intensity and high efficiency fighting, there will be at most 10 minutes before the energy of Dawn Gundam will be exhausted and it will become a cosmic float. Okay. As Fleet answered, a violent explosion occurred behind the Dawn's fortress. Not only did the light of the engine dim, but the huge impact force caused the entire Dawn's fortress to begin to tilt. Okay. What are we going to do? The 3 were about to evacuate, but they saw that the Dawn's fortress, which had been completely exposed to the rays of the photon ring array, actually began to adjust its direction again. The giant shield system was restarted, and the direction was really the shooting direction of the photon ring array. This was completely impossible for the Dawn's fortress, which had lost power. The 3 planes found something and came to the side of the Dawn's fortress, and saw a scene that shocked them. They actually used Ms to push the mobile fortress. Fleet and Yulin were horrified, especially Fleet. In his heart, the idea that Vegan was a demon had not been completely reversed. For a moment, seeing Vegan's Ms not caring about the load of the body and sacrificing itself to save the Dawn's fortress deeply shocked his stubbornness. Although Yang Hui had expected this scene, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In his memory, the only thing that can be compared with this scene is probably the world-famous painting, "It's just a piece of stone, watch me push it back with Gundam," right? Even the scene of 2 money-making, cough cough, unicorns blocking flashlights is much inferior. Fleet, what should we do? Although he admired it, Yang Hui frowned deeply. The energy remaining of the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam was not enough to destroy all the enemy planes that pushed the Dawn's fortress in a limited time, and the Gundam Age 1's armament could not achieve such high efficiency. Damn it! Fleet was also helpless at this time. Facing such a situation, he could not find a good way. The situation was about to enter a stalemate. Did he really have to gamble? Bet that the fortress's giant shield would be penetrated by the photon torrent first, or that the photon torrent would be exhausted before penetrating the giant shield. At this moment, Luna Gundam suddenly flew towards the front of the Dawn's fortress, and the floating guns docked one after another on the long-range beam gun, with a muzzle pointing directly at the generator of the giant shield system. With a tacit understanding between Yang Hui and Yulin, they understood what she was going to do in an instant. The floating guns of the Dawn Gundam were all deployed, and they transformed into the most loyal knights to guard the princess. Vegan also discovered the actions of Luna Gundam, and recalled the scene in the Battle of the Second Moon when Luna Gundam fired the photon destruction cannon alone, and swarmed towards the Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam in an instant. Flit. Only one chance. As soon as the words fell, the Dawn Gundam threw the 2 physical swords on its waist to the Gundam Age 1. The beam submachine gun and the floating gun fired at all costs in all directions, holding a feast of fireworks. I know. The Gundam Age 1 took the physical sword and turned into a sensitive ranger, shuttling back and forth among the swarming enemy planes, destroying the enemy planes missed by the Dawn Gundam. That's right, there is only one chance. The energy of the Luna Gundam can only support the firing of the photon destruction cannon once. After firing, The energy of the Luna Gundam will be exhausted and it will lose all resistance. Yang Hui and Flint not only have to protect Yulin and prevent the enemy from interfering with her, but also take her away safely after destroying the giant shield generator. 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Photon destroyer cannon, fire. The bright pink color penetrated the universe like a pillar of heaven. The arm that supported the giant shield was scorched and melted under the shining light, and finally exploded completely. Now, evacuate. The bombardment ended, the target was achieved, and the Gundam Age 1 immediately abandoned the enemy aircraft around it, came to the side of the disabled Luna Gundam, and took her away with the Dawn Gundam. Don't even think about escaping. The pursuers behind, led by Das Rodan, chased them relentlessly, with an attitude that they would not stop until they were killed, but the power output of the two Gundams was really beyond the reach of Vegan's ordinary miss, and they could only watch them leave in the pursuit of the Bean Rain. Chief of Staff. The interference bunker of the enemy fortress has disappeared. Commander succeeded. Now. Photon destruction cannon, point and fire. The torrent of photons appeared again, running through the entire battlefield. Although the Vegan troops who had learned their lesson did not suffer any losses, the Downs fortress at this time was a royal palace without any wall protection. Under the raging torrent, it could only melt and explode bit by bit. When the Downs fortress was about to be completely destroyed, a bright red meteor shot out and headed straight for the photon ring array. One by one, the yellow beam balls accurately hit several electromagnetic accelerators. Don't even think about it. That's it. The people of Argyris, the Diva, and Yang Hui who were returning home were all stunned. At that moment, they lost the ability to think. No one could have imagined that the Ghidra, which had been entangled by the Gundam Age 2 since the beginning of the battle, actually broke through the defense line at this time, destroying all their efforts. Seeing the appearance of Ghidra, everyone involuntarily thought of the whereabouts of the Gundam Age 2 that was entangled with it. When they were worrying whether the Gundam Age 2 was destroyed, the blue and white fighter followed closely with a bright tail flame. Damn it. Gerhardt. It's useless, SM. My goal has been achieved. The Federation has lost its trump card, and we have already won. While resisting the fierce attack of the Gundam Age 2, Gerhardt began to declare victory, but the last word was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. Even the Gundam Age 2 that was chasing it, the two armies in the fierce battle all stopped moving, as if the time of this universe had stopped. But the Downs fortress, the focal point, told everyone that time did not stand still, because it was still moving, but... Deputy Commander. The system is completely offline and cannot be repaired. In at most 20 minutes, the fortress will fall to the earth. What? Send someone to repair the propulsion system. The emergency team has arrived, and the propulsion system is completely damaged and cannot be repaired. How? How could this happen? Metal Sand's face was filled with despair. He longed to return to Earth, longed to help Isolkanda fulfill his long-cherished wish, and lead all his compatriots to Aden, but definitely not on this way. The size of the Downs fortress is no less than an asteroid. If it falls directly to the Earth, it will cause irreparable serious damage to the Earth. Is the destroyed Eden still the Eden they dreamed of? Deputy Commander. Metal Sand came back to his senses after being called by everyone. He saw the eyes of everyone, felt their panic, and remembered his responsibility as a commander. Can the self-destruction program of the Downs fortress still work? Deputy Commander. I asked if it can still work. Seeing people hesitate, Metal Sand raised his voice. No, we can't. The whole system is paralyzed. The energy system is under emergency repair. It is estimated to take 15 minutes. We don't have 15 minutes. With a loud shout, Metal Sand's aging brain started to work rapidly, looking for a way out. Finally, he thought of a way. How many colony satellite destroyers are there in the fortress? Metal Sand asked. There are 50. The voice of the person who answered Metal Sand was trembling. I don't know if he guessed something, or... I know, everyone, detach, notify friendly forces to prepare for rescue. Deputy Commander. Yes. The people on the bridge and all the living people in the Downs fortress saluted in the direction of Metal Sand. They knew that this respectable old man was going to sacrifice himself to save them and save Eden. At this time, Gerhardt's communication spread throughout the army. All troops will withdraw from the battle. I will detonate the energy core of the Downs fortress. All troops will land on Earth amidst the debris of the fortress and stay hidden until they receive new orders. Commander Gerhardt. Lord Gerhardt. When Metal Sand heard this order, he was relieved, but also very worried, mixed with doubts about Gerhardt or the entire combat order. Could it be? Metal Sand guessed something, but did not say it out loud. Instead, he followed the others to the rescue capsule. Lord Iselkanda, could this be your purpose? And Gerhardt. Whether it was Flit to return to the Diva or Yang Hui and Yulin who returned to Byzant, they all felt a sense of urgency when they heard that the Downs Fortress would fall to Earth in its trajectory. Maintenance Director, how long will it take for the Dawn Gundam to resupply energy? Yang Hui asked. It will take. How long will it take to recharge the energy? 3 minutes. Okay. Put down all your work and recharge the Dawn Gundam. I'm going to attack. But Captain. Follow orders. Yes. Everyone started to work nervously. Yulin was worried about Yang Hui and came to his side. Yang Hui. Don't worry, I'll be fine, but you have to come to Earth to find me. Yang Hui gently hugged Yulin to comfort her. Well, I believe I will find you. 3 minutes is very short, but for the two of them, it was more peaceful and warm than everyone else in the world. Chapter 177 Hide well, I am very good at being a ghost. During the 3 minutes of replenishing the energy for the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam also returned to Byzant, but the state of the Flag Gundam at this time was surprising. You are overturned. Seeing that the Flag Gundam lost a leg, the beam hook on the waist was also destroyed, and the whole body was charred, Yang Hui and Yulin had strange expressions on their faces. Get out. If it wasn't for the energy problem, how could I be so embarrassed? Graham cursed. The situation of the Flag Gundam was similar to that of the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam. The energy was almost exhausted. Although the situation of the Flag Gundam was the best, the battle with the 3X rounders was also very fierce, and the remaining energy naturally could not last long. Compared with the arrogant, greedy and reckless demon troops, the 3 members of the Royal Guard were obviously much calmer. They did not seek to quickly annihilate the enemy, but only to delay the Flag Gundam so that it would not cause any impact on other troops. Moreover, the cooperation between the 3 was more tacit than that of the demon troops, making it difficult for Graham to find an opportunity to defeat them one by one for a while, let alone the ability to defeat all 3 at the same time. As a result, during the entanglement, the energy of the Flag Gundam was about to run out, and it had to retreat. At this time, the photon torrent of the photon ring array also successfully hit the Downs Fortress. The Nordrum defense war was about to end, and there was no need for him to continue to waste time with the opponent. But his desire to retreat did not mean that the opponent was willing to let him go, so he became so embarrassed. Well, yes, it's an energy problem, not that you are too weak. Yang Hui teased jokingly. Go to hell. Go away. Graham pushed Yang Hui away and cursed. He felt that he would not be able to help but punch Yang Hui if he saw his face that deserved a punch again. Okay. Yang Hui smiled, spreading his hands. But at this time the maintenance director also sent a communication. Captain, the energy supply of the Dawn Gundam is complete and it can attack at any time. Okay, I got it. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui put on his helmet and left the lounge, preparing to board the plane, but Graham grabbed him. Where are you going? Isn't the battle almost over? The fortress has not been completely destroyed and is about to fall to the earth. I'm going to blow it up. Are you crazy? Graham immediately cursed, then thought of Yang Hui's character, and immediately calmed down. Wait a few more minutes, I will go with you. Get out of here. With the state of the Flag Gundam, it will not be able to attack again for 10 minutes. Don't worry, I will be careful. Yang Hui. Graham did not let go, looking at Yang Hui solemnly. Remember this, there are more than just the 2 of us waiting for you. I know, I cherish my life, and our journey has just begun, hasn't it? Yang Hui sneered, broke free from Graham's hand, and moved towards the hangar. The Dawn Gundam attacked again and entered the Downs Fortress that was falling towards the earth at the fastest speed, but just after entering, it detected 2 familiar signs. Is it here again? Yang Hui grinned, and the Dawn Gundam immediately changed direction and flew towards the 2 signs. The 2 signs were naturally the Gundam H2 driven by Arthur and the Jedra, driven by Gerhardt. Just like the original, the 2 still came alone to destroy the Downs Fortress. The two close friends who were in the enemy camps finally came together and worked together towards a goal. Even if it was only a short cooperation this time, it was also a bold stroke in the agreement between the two. I didn't expect that we would fight side by side one day. Yes. Wait, someone is approaching. That's it. Don Gundam. Mr. Yang Hui. Oh, what a coincidence, you two, if I'm not mistaken, our goals are the same, right? Yang Hui said jokingly. Uncle, what are you doing here? I can. Shut up. Brat, we old guys are still alive, and it's not your turn to die heroically. Yasum shut up quickly after hearing that. His fear of Yang Hui was equal to his respect for him. I really miss it. Gerhard smiled, as if he had returned to the year he spent in Tordia, which was fulfilling, warm, and happy. There was no intrigue, no life and death, and it was all a warm little daily life. Wait until your goal is achieved, isn't it? Yang Hui said to Gerhard. Haha. Gerhard shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you think my goal can be achieved? The Heavenly Man Brigade has always been the biggest obstacle for Vegan to realize his long-cherished wish. Whether it is Iselkanda's goal or Gerhard's goal, they cannot get around the obstacles of the Heavenly Man Brigade. Coupled with the successive blows, Gerhard's heart has suffered a lot of frustration. Of course not. Yang Hui teased. Haha, then I have to work harder. Gerhard laughed. Sure enough, this is Yang Hui's character. Good answer, young people should be like this, but before that, you have to take us to deal with this big guy first, otherwise there will be no winner in this war. Yang Hui said seriously. Well, that's what I mean. Please follow me. Under Gerhard's leadership, 3 planes came to the weapons warehouse. One plane brought 2 colony satellite destroyers to the energy core and tied the colony satellite destroyers to the energy core. While setting the detonation time, the 3 people got off the plane and took off their helmets to chat. Gerhard, have you found your goal? Or, what direction should Vegan move towards? Yang Hui asked Gerhard. He took care of Assem more because of family affection, but in terms of ability and potential, he actually liked Gerhard more. Yes, I have found it, that is to win this war and then negotiate with the Earth Federation, the new Earth Federation established by you and Fleet Asuno. Gerhard answered without hesitation. Well, I was right about you. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Gerhard. What about you? Artem, have you found your direction? Do you know why you are fighting now? Yang Hui asked Artem again. I may not have as great a goal as Gerhard. Artem smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not qualified to ask the Federation to do anything, and I can't think about the problem from the perspective of the entire Vegan like Gerhard does. Artem was actually a little bitter. The agreement between him and Gerhard was considered a failure. After several battles and many twists and turns in the army, he was no longer as naive as before, thinking that he had the ability to represent the Federation and argue with Gerhard about the future of the Earth and Vegan. But this does not mean that he has gained nothing. At least, he has found the meaning of fighting and his true goal. But I will continue to fight. Aren't you guys supposed to worry about the Federation and Vegan? My current goal is just to protect the people I care about and protect them from being hurt by the war. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. Arthur mustered up his courage and said. Arthur. What? Isn't this great? What's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Hui rubbed Arthur's head hard and laughed. Stop it. Uncle, I'm not a child anymore. Shut up. And then just take it. Even if you're your dad, you're still played by me. Educate me. You said play, right? You definitely said play, right? You heard me wrong. I didn't. Shut up. Keep quiet. Puffa Gerhard, who was setting the time, saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Isn't this great, Arthur? Gerhard laughed. Coo. You bastard. Okay, 2 guys. Yang Hui put his arm around their shoulders and said with a smile, there is no big or small goal. Now that we have found a goal to move forward, we should work hard towards it and never forget our original intention. We don't know whether we can accomplish it, but don't let ourselves regret it, right? Yes. X2 Gerhard, next time, I will definitely beat you. Catch up with me first. Both of them showed sincere and sunny smiles, as if they were back in their school days. Okay, we should go. With Yang Hui's reminder, the 2 of them calmed down and each of them separated towards their own bodies. At this time, Yang Hui stopped Gerhardt and whispered to him, "When you get to Earth, you must hide well. If I find you, your plan will be aborted." Mr. Yang Hui. You. Gerhardt was horrified, but soon calmed down. "You really saw through it. You still have a lot to learn. Come on, kid, I'm very good at playing hide and seek. Don't worry, I won't give you this chance." Uncle Yang Hui. "Gerhardt, what are you still doing? We have to leave." Hearing SM's reminder, the two boarded the plane separately. The Downs fortress was about to fall into the atmosphere, and the detonation time of the colony satellite destroyer was about to come to an end. The Dawn Gundam and Ghidra pulled the fighter form of the Gundam H2, and the three machines used maximum power together and successfully rushed out of the Downs fortress before the wave of flames engulfed them. But this position was not enough for them to return to their respective battleships, and the Dawn Gundam and Ghidra did not have the ability to break into the atmosphere alone, so they could only find a large piece of debris nearby to hide behind it, and successfully entered the atmosphere with the help of the debris. After entering the atmosphere, Ghidra joined up with the three guards who had been looking for him, and quickly evacuated in an empty direction, disappearing from everyone's sight. "Go, kid, the next time we meet will be more than 20 years later. Don't think that I'm an old man and easy to bully." With that, the Dawn Gundam joined up with the Gundam H2 and slowly landed on the nearest coast. Looking at the fiery red sunset slowly sinking into the sea level, Yang Hui murmured, "The Earth is really good, but the gravity is a bit uncomfortable. Post a chapter to explain." "No, the data is dropping too much. I'd better finish the Age world as soon as possible, speed up the update, 4 chapters a day, and then move on to the next chapter." Dear readers who support the book, I won't rush you. If you like it, please click the automatic subscription to support it. Of course, you don't have to click it, it's okay. It's my problem not to read it for the time being. I don't blame you. In fact, I also want to ask timidly, how many readers are supporting the book, and not Bytes abandoned me? I'm really a little scared. Chapter 178: The Assassin Attacks. A year has passed since the Downs fortress was completely destroyed in the Nordrum Defense War, announcing the victory of the Earth Federation. Time has come to the Day of Courage of the new year. Flit, why didn't you deal with them earlier? Weren't you ready a long time ago? Sitting in Fleet's office, Yang Hui complained to Fleet. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to wait for the arrival of the Day of Courage, and execute the plan on this day? Fleet smiled. Hearing this, whether it was Yang Hui, Graham, Yolan, or Arthur, they all looked at Fleet with strange expressions, secretly sighing. When did Fleet become so sinister? Well, it seems that I am really not suitable for joking. Fleet sighed, feeling that his reputation was damaged, and took out a piece of intelligence and handed it to Yang Hui. "This is why I chose to act today." Yang Hui and others circulated it. Except for Arthur, who was a little nervous, Yang Hui and the other two were very calm, as if they had expected it. "Assassination? Father, I will prepare immediately," SM said seriously. He knew that Yang Hui and Fleet were going to purge the Federation, so he must not let Vegan's assassination succeed, otherwise all plans would be ruined. "Go, SM, this is your first battle after your promotion, don't fail," Yang Hui encouraged with a smile. After landing on Earth a year ago, SM and the Gundam H2 were transferred to the Celestial Beings Brigade. Not only SM, but also a breed lore of the former Wallov Squadron, especially a breed lore. After the death of Uncle Wolf in the original plot, he was the strongest natural person. In terms of combat record, he was even more powerful than SM, the second-generation protagonist. He killed a general of Gerhardt alone, and then immediately died with Gerhardt's right-hand man, Fram Nora. He was not driving the most elite Krancha of the Federation Army at that time, but the old model of Genoa's II. With the performance of the machine lagging behind and not being an X-rounder, he fought 2 outstanding X-rounders with a 1-for-2 attack. What can SM compare himself with? Gerhardt, who had been entangled with him for decades? Or Dixel, who was cut off in an explosion? Of course, there must be more than just the 2 newcomers in the Heavenly Man Brigade. The war has once again entered a stable and peaceful period. As the star-making factory, the Heavenly Man Brigade naturally has to play the greatest role. This is what Fleet had agreed to before. A lot of X-rounders were transferred from the Secret Research Institute, but none of them could be named. And SM was also very motivated, trying to stand out from the X-rounders and become a team leader. "Don't worry, Uncle Yang Hui, I didn't spend this year in vain," SM answered confidently. then turned and left. Afterwards, Yang Hui and others who stayed in the office continued to watch the news on TV. 41 years since the Angel's Fall, Memorial Day of Courage, a memorial ceremony is scheduled to be held in the capital Brescia. Under strict guard, the Prime Minister of the Earth Federation, Mr. Floyd Orphea, arrived at the venue. The crowd waiting for the ceremony on the street was extremely excited. Yang Hui couldn't bear it anymore and turned off the TV directly. Nowadays, journalists really don't have any professional ethics at all. It's so intense. Isn't it just a group of journalists who want to dig up dirt? Yang Hui complained. I never thought that journalists would have such a thing as professional ethics. Graham sneered. So in your plan, we are just spectators? Yang Hui asked Fleet. Not really. If you appear, the most important assassin will not appear. If there's an accident in the plan, that is the time for you to appear. Fleet said. It was precisely because Fleet received intelligence that on this special day of Memorial Day of Courage, Vegan would take action against their longtime collaborator, the Prime Minister of the Federation, Floyd Orphea, and directly bury the secret between them. And this is the most powerful evidence Fleet needs, exposing Floyd Orphea's true face in front of the live broadcast of the whole world, using the enemy Vegan's killer to hammer the evidence of his collusion with Vegan, leaving him no room for recovery. If this cannot make the people accept it, then there is only the last trump card to be thrown. If the people know that the top leaders of the Federation have betrayed the heroes in their hearts more than once, what will they think? Okay, you can arrange it. SM boarded the Gundam H2 and began to deploy the positions of the team members. The team belonging to the Heavenly Man battalion is different from other troops. If they can be assigned to perform such an important task, they must be people who can stand on their own. So for a guard mission like this, it is natural to disperse them to maximize their combat power. Conrad, go to the west entrance of the National Plaza. Nadia, go to the south avenue of the main entrance square. Dix and the security forces on the north side have been deployed, and I will be responsible for the guard in the hilly area on the east. That's it. Any questions? Captain, has the attack been confirmed? Nadia asked. Yes, the captain and the commander both judged so they sent us to assist in the escort. Alice, I didn't expect that our Heavenly Brigade would also be pulled in as a guard. Doesn't this just show that the Earth is not safe now? Don't forget that we have been hunting the lurking Vegan on Earth for this year. Indeed. It's time, everyone, take your positions. From now on, radio interference level 3, no communication is allowed unless it is an emergency. Understood. X2 on the way to the designated location, Arthur recalled his experience of the past year. Joining the Heavenly Brigade is the opportunity that Arthur has dreamed of. He wants to surpass Gerhard, wants to be recognized by the elders, and wants to grow the best, so the Heavenly Brigade is the fastest and best choice. To be honest, now that he thinks back on it, he doesn't know how he survived the hard and tedious training in this year. After the Nordrum Defense War, among the first batch of trainees of the Shinrun Brigade, except for Yang Hui and Graham, he and Aubrey Lore were the only two who were not X-rounders. So in order not to fall behind, and to make Yang Hui and the old Captain Warf proud, he and Aubrey Lore put in more effort than the others. And Rosemary's retirement. At the Earth Airport, Rosemary chose to retire and go home, and SM saw her off. When we get to Tordia, Yuno will come back to pick me up. Rosemary said. So you guys have contacted each other? SM was surprised. He had forgotten how long it had been since he contacted his family. She was so happy. She said that she had joined the star team of her uncles and aunts and became a team leader. Her brother had finally made it big. That guy. Arthur scratched his hair depressedly. It's no use being happy when your sister says you're making it big. Rosemary smiled and said, but she is amazing. Now as a medical volunteer, she is said to be flying all over the world. Well, she said that if necessary, she would be willing to go to the back of the moon. Arthur was a little troubled by his sister's restless personality, but he was also glad that his sister was also pursuing her own ideals and goals. There's no comparison. Yunoya is much more sensible than me. Rosemary lowered her head and tightened her grip on the bag. I was too naive at the time. I didn't get rid of my student mentality when I joined the army. I idolized Arthur and Gerhard, and always chased after your shadows. I worshipped you one-sidedly and wanted to impose my own ideas on you. Rosemary finally plucked up the courage to apologize to Arthur. I'm sorry, I have always wanted to apologize. Romery. Arthur interrupted Rosemary before she finished speaking. You don't need to apologize, Rosemary. Just be the same Rosemary as before. Arthur. Hearing the gentle words and looking at Arthur's gentle and mature smile, was she happy? Or was she moved? No matter what the specific emotion was, Rosemary still answered forcefully, The atmosphere heated up, and the two just stared at each other, both wanting to shorten the distance between each other, but both waiting for the other to move first. As a result, before the two could take any actual action, the airport broadcast interrupted the ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. I have to go. Yes. Rosemary was a little hasty, maybe because she was shy, and turned to leave, but Arthur called her again. Romery, although I have gone around in circles, I have found the true meaning of my fighting. Rosemary turned around, expecting the content, and was very shy, but still listened carefully. I have always wanted to fight for the most important people in my life and protect them, but I didn't realize before that this was just a concept instilled in me by Uncle Yang Hui and my father, but now, I find that I am indeed fighting for this concept, but among the most important people to me are my father and mother, my uncles and aunts, and you Noya, and you. I will continue to protect you. Hearing this, Rosemary's face turned red, her eyes also turned red, and the wet mist condensed into tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. These were not tears of sadness or pain, but happiness. Yes. After today, the Earth and the Federation will change. I won't be confused anymore, but my uncle seemed to have said that I have a long vacation. Do you want to go back? No, I can't set a flag. He shook his head to clear the distracting thoughts from his mind and focused all his attention on the current task. On the other side, the expected assassins were also ready. The routine speech began, still passionate, but that was all. Keep shouting. Metal Sand muttered to himself in the cockpit, you are useless now. Everything is the will of Lord Isolkanda. Chapter 179 Coup, Absolute Evidence. A large number of people have gathered in the central square. It looks very lively. People are looking forward to the Prime Minister's passionate speech to inspire the courage in their hearts. But everyone who knows that these people, except for the invited reporters, are all loyal fans of the Orphea family. They seem to be passionate and united, but this is just on the surface. What is courage? It is the belief to overcome difficulties. What is courage? It is to have a pair of eyes that can see the essence of fear. What is courage? It is to overcome the unknown and move towards the future. As always, it makes people feel excited. Mrs. Hao Xiong praised in the lounge. In her opinion, no matter how many times she listened to her husband's speech, she was fascinated by it. Yes. Aragurius, who was accompanying the Prime Minister's wife, smiled and replied, the speech is really so perfect every time. It's just a speech. Aragurius added in his heart, looking at the time, it's almost time, and he doesn't need to continue to perform. It was at this time that the military police with guns pushed the door in. What do you want to do? The Prime Minister's wife was startled when someone suddenly broke in with a gun, but her good upbringing and excellent temperament made her calm down quickly. Do you know who I am? Unexpectedly, the military police ignored her and directly disarmed the bodyguards in the house, and Fleet followed behind and passed by the door. The moment the Prime Minister's wife saw Fleet, she was speechless and a bad premonition gushed out. Sure enough, Fleet gave a glance at the Prime Minister's wife and left, and Aragurius, who had been with her, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at her. Please be quiet. As the wife of Prime Minister Orphea, you should understand what this situation means. The Prime Minister's wife was controlled in the lounge. The speech at the front desk had ended. Prime Minister Floy Orphea, who was enjoying the applause and cheers of the crowd, was surrounded by the military police who suddenly broke onto the stage. The scene fell silent again. The reporters who had long been bribed by Fleet and Aragurius raised their microphones and cameras to the podium, unwilling to miss a minute. What are you doing? What's going on? Coup. Prime Minister Floyd Orphea asked sternly, but when he saw Fleet walking slowly, his face changed completely. Flint Asuno. It's a wonderful speech. To defeat Vegan, as you said, we need everyone to unite and work together, but you are not included. What did you say? If you want to know why, because you are the enemy. No, you are not even an enemy, you are a traitor to the Earth. Coup. This is not something a normal person would say. Flint Asuno, Who do you think you are talking to? Prime Minister Floyd Orfeo was timid on the outside but weak on the inside. He could only pray that the other party did not have definite evidence to prove that he was a traitor. Of course I know, Prime Minister of the Earth Federation, Floyd Orfeo, you are in a high position, but you betrayed us and colluded with vegan. You betrayed the Federation. No, you betrayed the Earth. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, the air defense alarm sounded, and vegans' mobile suits were dispatched and were attacking the central square. What's going on? Isn't it clear yet? Why did vegans' mobile suits appear at this time? Fleet asked sternly. What? What you did has been exposed by us, so you are naturally useless. Kill. Kill him. Floyd Orfeo was sweating profusely. He couldn't believe that Kanta had given up his collaborator so easily, and there was no evidence at all. Yes, evidence. Floyd Orfeo found a life-saving straw and immediately calmed down. You said I was a traitor, and you said vegan was here to silence me? Flit Asuno, where is the evidence? Did you lure vegan here for your own ambitions? Facing Floyd Orfeo's counterattack, Flit smiled coldly, put all the collected evidence on the big screen through the pad, and also sent a copy to major newspapers. You want evidence? Here is the evidence. Fleet said sternly. In addition to successive prime ministers, the Orfeo family, which has produced many politicians, has a secret that is unknown to the public. The secret is the direct result of the failure of the Mars immigration plan, and Dr. Streit Vondel, who is responsible for planning this plan and even directing the cover-up of the facts, has the blood of the Orfeo family. Your family has always concealed this fact. For you, who once struggled at the center of the power struggle for the prime minister's throne, this fact is a poison that may ruin your political career. Vegan is blackmailing you with this. If you don't want the truth to be revealed, you must assist vegan. These pieces of evidence are all evidence of your secret contact with vegan. How about it? Do you need me to play them one by one for you to listen to? These are all fake. You forged them. Then what's the matter with these account records? Fleet played another bank account transaction record. You are indeed very cautious. None of these accounts are in the name of you or your family, but if you trace back to each account, you can find the relationship between you and the Orfeo family. They have confessed everything. You secretly colluded with vegan and obtained huge amounts of funds by selling intelligence. Only then were you able to establish your current status and network of relationships. Among them, the most valuable intelligence. Fleet suppressed his anger and hatred, and retrieved several communication contents for global broadcast. Is Shinran's intelligence accurate? Yes, absolutely accurate. The commander-in-chief of the Federation is our man. This is the mission information given to them. As long as you set up an ambush in advance, you will have a chance to eliminate them. Haha, they are your star heroes. Aren't you afraid of civil strife in the Federation? With me here, the Federation will not be in chaos. This person is too dangerous and must not be kept. If I wait for him to grow up, my position will be in jeopardy. Do you think he will cooperate with you? Okay, I get it. You bunch of trash. I gave you everything, but you still can't get rid of them. Watch your tone. Why didn't you tell me in advance that their combat effectiveness was so terrible? Haha, I'm not from the military. How would I know their specific strength? And you mobilized so many fleets to encircle and suppress them, but you still failed. This is your incompetence. Shut up. I want their next mission information. No problem, we have the same interests. One by one, dozens of times, Floyd Orfeo betrayed the intelligence of the celestial beings to vegan. The most shocking one was the last one, a battle near the second moon. The previous records were all secret missions, so the civilians did not have a real feeling, but they all saw it with their own eyes, how brave the three archangels were, how the celestial beings were in crisis, and how they finally escaped death. They always thought that this was just a complete set by vegan, but they did not expect that this was actually a hateful betrayal. How did you find these? If he could find a way to refute the previous evidence, but these recordings were the most solid evidence, and he could not defend himself at all. What's worse, the evidence of his betrayal of the celestial beings was exposed, and he would no longer have a place to stay on Earth, and no one would let him go. Do you have anything else to defend yourself? Fleet asked coldly. Yulin did not form a bond with him, Geludic was not assassinated, and Wallif did not die on the battlefield. Fleet's hatred for Vegan was limited to his deceased mother, and it gradually faded under Yang Hui's guidance. His hatred for Vegan was not engraved in his heart. But he knew very well that the future of the Federation and Vegan must be linked together, and this war must be won at all costs, so traitors are the most despicable and hateful existence. Not to mention that the one who betrayed the most times was his most respected brother. Don't worry, we won't let you be killed by Vegan. You are a symbol of corruption in the Federation, and you have been colluding with Vegan for so long, you know too much information we need, take him away. Wait? It is because of my mediation that the Earth can avoid a catastrophe. It is because I am not only colluding with Vegan. Shut up. What you mean by mediation is betraying the Federation soldiers. Is it betraying the heroes of the Federation? In the end, relying on groveling, with the entire Earth as a bargaining chip, to be a dog for Isolkanda? Fleet asked harshly. I'm not. I didn't. This war will end one day, and end with the victory of the Federation. Whether it will end through negotiations or by completely eliminating Vegan, I don't know, but what I know is that you are not qualified to work with us towards this goal. Fleet Asuno. Take him away. At the same time evacuate the civilians. Yes. XN. At the cordon behind the venue, 3 Vegan Ms removed their camouflage and rushed towards the Federation front. They chose the most tight line. Is Vegan crazy? Dex, as a member of the Celestial Beings Brigade and an ex-rounder user, was naturally proud. Seeing Vegan coming, including the new machine, he did not look nervous at all. But those who were sent to perform this kind of escort mission all had the ability to take charge. Yang Hui's teachings were deeply rooted in their hearts, and they dared not forget them for a moment. You must stay calm on the battlefield, and you must not underestimate any opponent. You should despise the enemy strategically, but you must take the enemy seriously tactically. So Dex looked very casual on the surface and did not take the other party seriously at all, but he did not regard the other party as a weakling who could be squeezed at will. Sorry, Arthur, I want the credit this time. When I become a team leader, I will challenge you again. Damn it. Chapter 180. The end of an era is also a new beginning. Before Dex finished speaking, 2 Dorados fired, as if they had seen that he was different from the other guards, and forced his, Adele type, out of the formation. Then, the new machine that looked like a frog shuttled back and forth in the front line like cutting melons and vegetables. Its sharp claws and tail blades quickly turned the friendly Ms into scattered parts and debris on the ground, and a gap was immediately torn in the front line. Damn it. Dex was a little impatient and confident in carrying out this escort mission, but he was suppressed by the opponent at the beginning. This kind of cooperation. It's so elite, but I'm not easy to mess with. The 2 Dorados had already approached the Adele type, and left the most comfortable shooting area of the Fang's rifle. Dex made a quick decision, threw away the Fang's rifle, drew out the beam sword and rushed towards a Dorado. But this does not mean a reversal of the situation, but rather the coming of a crisis. At the moment when Dorado and Adele's special suit were in a stalemate, another Dorado had already circled behind Adele's special suit, and the beam sword shining with dazzling brilliance pointed directly at the back of the cockpit. Oh no. The alarm sounded, and Adele's special suit swung away the stalemate Dorado with his sword, stepped back and turned, raised the shield to block, but it was still too late. The attacked Dorado cut off the left arm holding the shield. Adele's special suit did not stop, rolled sideways, picked up the Fang's rifle thrown aside, raised the gun and fired, and at the same time pulled the distance between the 2 sides. But the opponent was also an elite force, and naturally would not let go if they had the advantage. They performed alternating cover and tactical positioning vividly, and soon passed through the pink beams and came to the front of Adele's special suit, and cut the Fang's rifle with a sword. This is simply a foul. Having lost his Fang's rifle and left arm, the Adele's suit only relied on a beam sword to confront the 2 Dorados. This is troublesome. Not only was his own body badly damaged, but even the generous new type that was originally attacking other friendly forces also surrounded him. The 3 machines formed a triangle to surround the Adele's suit. Dix was sweating profusely. The elite of the Federation, who can hold out against us until now? Are you from Tenjin? Metal Sant suddenly turned on the public frequency communication and asked. Huh? You can see this. It seems that a lot of our information has been betrayed. Dix said. HMPH, are you still going to fight to the bitter end? For your corrupt Federation. Who cares if they die? Dex cursed back angrily. I don't care if those disgusting guys live or die, or I hope they all die sooner. Then. But this is the task assigned to me by the captain. I can't mess it up, and, you Martians are making trouble on Earth. I'm very unhappy. Dex cursed. Isn't he worthy of it? Then I will give you a knot that matches the warriors. Beep beep beep. Reinforcements? Disperse. The alarm sounded loudly, and several beams of light fell from the sky, leaving several large holes where the three machines were originally fighting. That's Gundam. Gundam Age 2 fell from the sky, changed from fighter form to Ms form, and protected, a dull special type. Sorry I'm late, Dex, are you okay? Arthur asked with concern. Tisk. Who asked you to save them? I'm almost done with them. Dex said arrogantly. Really? Isem laughed jokingly. Dex was his competitor, and he knew his opponent's character very well. HMPH, I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll make up for it now. I'll leave them to you. No problem. The Broken, a dull special type, retreated towards the base, leaving the Gundam Age 2 alone to face the three vegans. Gundam, is it standing in our way again? Metal Sand gritted his teeth. Vegan's plan had been going smoothly until the appearance of the Gundam, so whenever Vegan mentioned the Gundam, there would be an indescribable anger and resentment surrounding his heart. Of course, as long as you haven't given up the war, I will stop you no matter how many times. HMPH. Young people with big words, you are just working for the corrupt Federation. We vegan will never lose to the ungrateful army. The speech was particularly passionate, not inferior to the speech expert Floy, but his behavior was not at all passionate. He seized the moment when the Gundam Age 2 swung its sword vertically, stepped aside, and immediately took off. I'll settle accounts with you someday. I have a mission to accomplish now. After saying that, he turned and left. Don't even think about running. Arthur was about to catch up, but was blocked by two Dorados. Don't block the way. Arthur was also very clear that his mission was to escort, so he didn't hesitate at all. He was going to kill them quickly and catch up with the Jetters that had gone ahead despite the fire blockade of the two Dorados. Before Floy Orfeo was completely taken away, the Jetters had already arrived at the central square. Fortunately, the people and reporters at the scene had all been evacuated, otherwise it was unknown how much damage would have been caused. Even if Fleet's coup was successful, it would have left a big stain. Really coming. Floy Orfeo looked at the Jetters in front of him in disbelief. The red light of the head scanner gathered into a small dot and locked onto his forehead. If he still couldn't see that the other party was coming to kill him, then he would have lived in vain at such an old age. Don't worry, I told you I won't let you die now. As he spoke, Flint raised his head and looked past the Jetters to the sky behind it. A small dot approached rapidly, and soon people could see its appearance clearly. The Gundam Age 2 completed its transformation in the air, directly blocking Flint and others, and flew out without hesitation holding the Jetters, and stopped only when Flint and others were in a safe area. Why do you still have such fighting spirit? Metal Sand has always been puzzled. In his opinion, the Earthlings are corrupt, but in every battle, the Federation Army has erupted with incredible fighting spirit and will never give up until the last moment. You should understand, vegan. Arthur said. I understand. I'm the same as you. With a Sem's roar, the Gundam Age 2 easily cut off the claws of the Jetters in the fight and shattered the sharp blade at the end. It's not for the Federation, nor for any great cause. My reason is simple, just to protect the people I care about most. As the voice fell, the two swords left a fiery red and ferocious cross on the chest of the Jetters. So, that's it. If it was someone like you back then, maybe. Lord Iselkanda. I can also be considered, back to Eden. In the last moment before the explosion, he saw not the Gundam Age 2, nor the dilapidated venue, but the grassland full of vitality, with a lake like a sapphire on the edge, sparkling in the sun, and his elderly wife, who was standing on the grassland enjoying the breeze, saw him and waved to him. Boom. The end of Metal Sand, in the Eden he had always thought about, was also in the most beautiful dream. Floyd Orpheus' true identity was exposed. No matter how much important information he confessed to the Federation, he would have to spend his whole life in prison. But he was not alone. The Orfeo family was a huge family. With someone like him as the pillar, other people would naturally not be very clean. Whether it was businessmen, politicians, or scientific researchers, A lot of black materials were found. As long as they were important members of the Orphea family, none of them were clean. They were all in prison with him. I didn't expect that this Orphea family actually did so many things. It's really. Yang Hui couldn't help shaking his head after seeing Floyd Orphea's confession. How to say? Should I say that he was not disappointed at all? The crimes committed by the Orphea family were really unimaginable and could not be done. They were simply too numerous to list. So their family is finished. They will never get out in this life. Graham shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. Yet, speaking of which, Yang Hui, Floyd Orphea has been arrested, and Flint is in power, are we? Of course. The two smiled at each other, and the next second, Memphis' voice sounded in their minds. The second stage of the mission of the Gundam Age world is completed. The defense of Nordrum is a complete success, assisting Flint Asuno to launch a coup, seize the power of the Federation high-level officials, and successfully revealing the secret relationship between the Federation high-level officials and Vegan. All members of the Diva survive, including Grudik, Volov Anik, and Remy, and the rewards are increased. Rewards obtained. 1 construction opportunity, 2 building enhancement opportunities, 1 skill extraction opportunity, 2 skill enhancement opportunities, material gift pack, small. The world deviation will be calculated uniformly after the end of the Gundam Age world. P.S. Skill extraction opportunities, skill enhancement opportunities, and material gift packs must be returned to Promise Fortress to be used. The third stage of the mission of the Gundam Age world is released. Obtain ZDP, destroy Guardian Sid, the final battle to prevent the destruction of the second moon, and develop a method to cure the unknown disease on Mars as soon as possible. P.S. Ensure that all members of the Songbird survive before the mission ends. The reward will be increased for each additional person who survives, and the reward will be increased for each year in advance. The two looked up at each other at the same time. One reason was that the mission to obtain ExaDB was originally a goal that Yang Hui and Graham had agreed to complete, but they did not expect it to appear in the mission. The other reason was Yang Hui. Songbird members. Graham felt that he had found the characteristics of the mission release, but he could not explain it clearly. Well, I also found it, Memphis. Commander. The restoration of Promise Fortress. Is it really as simple as completing the mission and getting a reward? The commander has insufficient authority and cannot answer. I understand. Although he did not get a definite answer, Yang Hui knew that even if his guess was not completely correct, it was very close to the answer. It seems that this time when I go back, I must increase my authority. Graham suggested. Yes, it seems that authority is the most important thing in the entire fortress. Are you ready? At this time, Yulin pushed the door in and asked them. She was not wearing a military uniform or casual clothes, but a beautiful purple dress. Yes, of course. We can't be late for Arthur's wedding. Yang Hui and Graham, dressed in formal suits, followed Yulin to the outside of the church. The bells rang, white doves were released, and the newlyweds once again made a lifelong vow. Chapter 181 Sudden Crisis. 10 years later, it has been 10 years since SM and Rosemary got married. Although SM and Rosemary were separated due to military affairs, their relationship did not become dull because of this little thing. Rosemary had also served in the army, so she was naturally not an ordinary woman. Now, the two finally got married and had a child. Wow. Good boy, don't cry, don't cry. Rosemary held the baby in her arms and coaxed softly, and soon the cute baby burst into laughter. Wow. It's cute. Yunoya looked at the baby's eyes shining with little stars. If you like it, just give birth to one yourself. Yulin joked. Mo. Aunt Yulin, I haven't planned to find a boyfriend yet. Yunoya said angrily. That's right, my little boy is too good, but no man is worthy of her. Yang Hui smiled while touching Yunoya's head. Well, even if I have to find someone, I'd rather find someone as good as Uncle Yang Hui. Hearing this, Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and said to Emily beside him, Emily, it seems that the Asuno family is still a single-line family. Ha. Hey, SM, go hug your son and see how much he looks like you when he smiles. Yang Hui nudged SM and asked him to come to the bed. Really? SM smiled brightly and took the baby from Rosemary's arms. Hey, kid, your name is Chio, and we will always be together from now on. Little Chio listened obediently in SM's arms, not crying or making a fuss, as if he knew that SM was his father. In the arms of a reliable father, He felt extremely safe and yawned, closed his eyes and fell asleep. He put little Chio back in Rosemary's arms, then looked at the time, looked at Yang Hui and Yulin and nodded. "Oh, you really have the heart to leave such a cute child to work." Rosemary pretended to complain. "Oh." SM's mouth twitched, and he answered patiently, "Sorry, this is the last mission." Rosemary turned around and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Well, I understand, be careful." "Don't worry, Rosemary, we are here, and we will never let this kid lose a part." Yang Hui smiled and promised. "Well, I believe you, Uncle Yang Hui, Aunt Yulin." After the final farewell, Yang Hui, Yulin and SM left the ward and prepared to go to the giant ring base to reunite with the Heavenly Brigade. "Have you decided?" Yang Hui asked SM on the way. "Well, I have decided." SM's decision to leave the army was also a well-thought-out decision. To protect his family, he did not necessarily have to rely on fighting. Unlike Yang Hui and Fleet, he could not devote his whole life to the army and fighting. When his son was born, the passion in his heart was extinguished, and all that was left was the attachment and companionship to his family. "Well, then do it according to your idea. Anyway, your father has given up on you a long time ago." Yang Hui teased. "Oh, I'm really sorry." The corner of SM's mouth twitched again. Fleet really thought about making SM the successor of the commander-in-chief at the beginning. After he retired, he followed Argures to learn and took over the position of commander-in-chief of the Federation Army after Argures. However, due to the change of political system, the title of commander-in-chief was changed to admiral. But not everyone is Fleet, and there are very few people who can become hexagonal warriors. SM's driving skills have indeed improved. He has surpassed his old Captain Wolf and is a star ace in the Federation Army. He has also won the title of Flashwing Angel. You must know that there are many excellent pilots who have successfully graduated from the Heavenly Man Brigade, but the number of people who can get the title of Angel is still in the single digits, which is enough to show his excellence. But SM's driving skills are excellent, but his military strategy is really hard to look at. Not to mention Fleet and Argures, even Yang Hui's personal teaching can't change this situation. In desperation, he had to give up. Fleet was also very angry at the decision to retire at first, but later, under the consolation of Yang Hui and others, he let it go. However, the reason for his letting it go really surprised Yang Hui and others. "My son is useless. Emily and I are too old to practice trumpets, so we can only leave it to our grandson." And pressed him to the ground and rubbed him hard. Now Arthur recalled the scene at that time. The scene of his serious father being pressed to the ground and beaten by Yang Hui and Graham, and finally having to beg for mercy, will never be forgotten in this life, and he laughs every time he recalls it. There was no conversation along the way. The three returned to the giant ring base and joined the Heavenly Man Brigade, and received a new mission briefing from Argures. 2 days ago, a distress signal appeared in this space. According to the comparison of the database, it was a merchant ship of the IX company on Earth who was asking for help, but the distress signal only lasted for 1 minute before it became silent. I also sent a rescue team to investigate, but Argures fell silent halfway through. Everyone was silent, not only because they had guessed the answer, but also because they were mourning for their lost comrades. The specific composition of the rescue team? Yang Hui asked. 1 Tias class and 2 Darwin class, Ms. 18, and Dix and Arian. What? Arthur stood up when he heard the names of the two, looking at Argures in disbelief. Dix and Arian were both his classmates in the Heavenly Man Brigade, especially Dix, who was his best comrade and competitor, and also won the title of Angel. Governor Argures, is it vegan? Arthur asked. I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be. As he spoke, Argures called up the star map and zoomed into the universe of the mission target. This universe is close to the universe number 1 cemetery. The magnetic field there is very chaotic. Electronic equipment will definitely fail if it is not professionally protected. Even if it is protected, it will be restricted. Moreover, the location of the number 1 cemetery is far behind the front line. It is impossible for vegan to have a large force sneak in here. Argures analyzed. Have you asked IX? Why did they choose this route? Yang Hui asked. I have already asked. This route was recently discovered by them. It is half the length of the original route. It was very safe during the previous explorations, so they judged that they would not encounter any danger. Then, what could make Dex and Arian and the others? Arthur clenched his fists. I don't know, so I gave this task to the Heavenly Man Brigade. Although under the leadership of the Lieutenant General in the past 10 years, the Heavenly Man Brigade has found many vegans lurking on Earth, there must be more. Because of the distraction of guarding against vegans causing chaos on Earth, our military's combat power has been dispersed. The combat power in the universe cannot be wasted anymore. Aragurius explained seriously. Okay, I'll take this task. Yang Hui nodded and accepted the task. Thank you very much. Aragurius respected Yang Hui very much. At their age, Fleet had already retired, but they still insisted on being on the front line of the battle. Moreover, the reason why he was able to secure the position of governor so quickly was that he received the full support of Yang Hui and the other two. Therefore, although Aragurius is now the direct superior of the Shinran Brigade, unless it is a mission related to the survival of the Federation, other tasks will be based on their personal wishes. No need to thank you, Governor Aragurius. You are our superior now. We are soldiers. After saying that, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin took the initiative to stand up and salute Aragurius. Aragurius smiled slightly and also stood up to return the salute. This is what he admires most about Yang Hui and the other two. He never lets his merits and qualifications affect his military status. Even his teacher Fleet can't do this. Graham, how are the supplies? It's been prepared for a long time. Graham gave a thumbs up. He remembered that Dix and Arian had lost contact. They were two very good juniors. He was looking forward to the opponent who could make them both fall. Okay, set off immediately. The mission was urgent. The merchant ship and rescue team that sent out the distress signal might still have survivors. They couldn't delay. Of course, this was just a superficial explanation. In fact, Yang Hui knew very well that the merchant ship and the rescue team must have been wiped out because they encountered. Graham, Yulin, you must be careful on this mission. Yang Hui whispered to Graham and Yulin. Do you know what did it? Graham asked Yang Hui. Well, it's a monster, and, if everything goes well, we can complete one of our missions. Yang Hui said. I see, we'll buy you some time. Graham nodded. Bizet was already close to the coordinates where the rescue team lost contact. Everyone in the Tianren Brigade was nervously searching for nearby signals, hoping to find survivors. Even if there were no survivors, at least they had to find the wreckage of the ship and the rescue team to determine their situation. Beep beep beep. Captain, the radar detected a signal. It's the rescue team. Are there any images? Yes. The enlarged image was projected onto the big screen. Except for Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin, everyone else stood up in shock after seeing the tragic situation of the rescue team. It's so tragic. Who did it? Damn it, could it be vegan? The intelligence department analyzed that there is no vegan here. Okay. Calm down. Yang Hui stopped the noise with a stern voice and issued an order. First level combat preparation, Ms. Troops attack. Arthur led the Ms. Troops to protect Bizet and move forward at a slow speed. All weapon systems are activated. Graham, Yulin, you and I will lead the way and ensure the safety of the surroundings. Understood. XN following Yang Hui's order, all Ms. attacked, led by Arthur to escort Bizet, which was moving at a slow speed, and the three machines of Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam formed a tactical formation and moved forward carefully. After arriving at the wreckage of the fleet, Yulin used the high-performance detector and X-rounder ability of Luna Gundam to search for survivors, and Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam were alert all around. Yang Hui, no discovery. Yuling reported that neither survivors nor enemies were found. Will it leave? You said the thing will drift by itself. Graham asked. I don't know, but I can't be sure yet. Disperse. The three machines dispersed, and the next second, dozens of black and red beams of destruction blasted the wreckage of the battleship they had just been in into tiny cosmic floating objects. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 182 Two SIDS. Just as the three Gundams separated, dozens of purple-red beams hit their original positions, and even deflected and chased them. The beam turned. Even though the three were prepared, they were shocked. Yang Hui and Yulin could also shoot with a beam refracted, but that was done with the help of the mirror reflection system and the floating gun. But now the beam deflected without the help of anything, which violated the laws of physics. No. While Yang Hui was dodging, he found the problem. Sid's firepower was not that strong. Could it be that it evolved again without his knowledge? As a result, Yang Hui took a look and his pupils shrank. 2. The guess was overturned by the facts. It was not that Sid evolved, but that there were 2 Sids staring at them covetously. This is trouble. Cold sweat flowed down Yang Hui's forehead. He was confident that he could shoot down 1 Sid and take it directly to XRDB, but 2. Yang Hui, what should we do? Graham asked. Although there were only 2 Sids, the firepower network had forced them to be unable to get close. Graham, Yulin, hold one, and I'll take the other. Understood. X2 at this moment, 2 thick pink beams pierced through the darkness and headed straight for the 2 Sids. Captain. Bizet, Arthur, and others saw that Yang Hui and the other 2 were in danger, and hurried to support them. Back off. Don't come up. Yang Hui immediately stopped everyone from supporting them. Sid's situation had changed and was beyond his control. It was too dangerous for them to come up again. Yang Hui. Graham's shouting made Yang Hui turn his attention back to Sid, and the result was everyone alert. The 2 Sids had disappeared. Yang Hui certainly didn't think that Sid had retreated when he saw their overwhelming force. Vegan's parasol system was derived from XRDB, and Sid, which was born from XRDB, naturally also had it. Although some technical information of Vegan was obtained, and a lot of wreckage of Vegan battleships and MIS was obtained, the parasol system has not been cracked so far. So, as soon as Yang Hui finished speaking, Sid reappeared, one blocking them, and the other appeared in front of the Astro Arena battalion. The moment he appeared, 6 beam cannons were connected in a line, and the bombardment turned into a long whip sweep, cutting off the 4, Adele II, in half. Nadia. Conrad. Li Min. Heskey. Arthur shouted in grief, his eyes suddenly red, and the anger and hatred were about to drown his reason. Everyone retreat. Cover, Bizet, and retreat. Sid, who blocked the 3 Gundams, was pinned down by the Flag Gundam and the Luna Gundam, and won an opportunity for the Dawn Gundam to break through the blockade and block the Gundam Age 2. But the Dawn Gundam arrived in time to stop Arthur from acting impulsively, but Arthur's reason was not completely regained. No buts. Obey orders. The Dawn Gundam's floating guns were all deployed, and pink beams shot out like raindrops, hitting all the missiles fired by Sid, exploding fireworks in the universe. At the same time, the fire behind the Dawn Gundam was bright, and it shuttled between the purple-red beams like a swimming fish, hitting Sid and taking him away from the Celestial Battalion. Captain. Angora. Take everyone to retreat to coordinate Y19, we will meet up soon. Yang Hui ordered. Yes. Everyone retreat. Yes. XN, Bizet, quickly retreated towards the coordinate location under the escort of the MIS troops. The unknown is always the most terrifying. This time the enemy showed several characteristics similar to Vegan, but Ngarazuo and others who had been fighting with Vegan for decades could tell that the other party was not Vegan, but a more terrifying existence. Facing an unknown and dangerous enemy, Ngarazuo and others had a more serious fear in their hearts than the second moon at the beginning. The Celestial Battalion left the battle area, and Yang Hui and the other 2 also breathed a sigh of relief, and they were more comfortable dealing with Sid. Yang Hui, are we going up? Graham asked after cutting off 2 beam cannons with a sword. On the one hand, he was worried about the safety of the Shine Run team, and on the other hand, he couldn't let them know the secret of XRDB. Graham, how long can you hold Sid back by yourself? Yang Hui asked, and at the same time, he hit Sid with several shots, but he didn't know what material and technology Sid's armor was made of. The Fang's rifle with increased output power actually failed to penetrate its armor. Can't hold it back. Although Graham was reluctant to admit it, he really couldn't hold Sid back for too long. If it was a life and death battle, he was confident that he could kill Sid, but according to Yang Hui's intelligence, Sid had a strong intelligence and took it as his responsibility to protect XRDB. He also had a parasol system. Graham was sure that if Yulin went to find XRDB alone, Sid would definitely get rid of him and attack Yulin fiercely. If Yulin, who was good at ultra-long-range sniping, was entangled by Sid alone, it would definitely be a disaster. Graham would rather fight Sid to death than let Yulin get into trouble. First, although Yulin had just joined, they had experienced countless battles together and had long been comrades in life and death. Second, it was because of Yang Hui. If Yulin got into trouble, Yang Hui would definitely go crazy. Yang Hui had too many things on his back, and he must not get into trouble. Yang Hui was silent. Years of tacit understanding made him immediately understand what Graham meant, and he made a decision immediately. Tactical formation E10. Understood. X2 Dawn Gundam led Sid to the direction of Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam, merging the two battlefields into one. The three Gundams were distributed in an oblique triangle. The Flag Gundam was in the vicinity to contain the two Sids, and the Dawn Gundam's mid-range firepower suppression disrupted the cooperation of the two Sids. Yulin was in a safe position at the rear, intercepting Sid's missile suppression. The two sides were deadlocked for a while. Yang Hui and the other two were ready to retreat, and Sid followed closely to prevent them from escaping. In turn, Yang Hui and the other two pressed the offensive back, and Sid began to deal with the three Gundams strangely, making it impossible for the three to move forward. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the two Sids suddenly deployed their parasol systems and disappeared from the side of Yang Hui and the other two. A01. The three Gundams quickly moved together, guarding the surroundings. After a few minutes, the two Sids did not launch an attack, let alone show up. Are they gone? Graham asked Yang Hui. I don't know, keep the formation, retreat, Yulin. Understood. The three Gundams gathered together, maintaining the highest level of vigilance while retreating towards the target location, until the identification signal of the Amon brigade appeared on the radar system, and the three of them were relieved. ExoDB was floating freely in the number 1 cemetery. This distance was far away from the number 1 cemetery, and it would not be attacked by Sid again. I knew you would be fine. After returning to the ship, Angola Zuo gave Yang Hui a hug. I don't know if it's really because I'm old, people have become sentimental, and have become worried about gains and losses. When carrying out such a dangerous mission, I can't help but worry whether this is the last mission. Your expression doesn't say that. Yang Hui patted Angola Zuo on the shoulder and said, well, it seems that I am indeed old. Angola Zuo shook his head in self-mockery. It's time to give my place to the young people. Not only Angola Zuo, but many others also thought so. They were all old, but they had been holding back a spirit of not admitting defeat, unwilling to admit defeat, and unwilling to quit. But they actually knew very well that they were old and could not keep up. Yes, you are old. Yang Hui patted Angola Zuo's shoulder again. Yang Hui had always been very clear about their situation, but he just didn't say it. These old brothers had been with them through life and death. Since they were so conscious, he would naturally not insult this consciousness. What he could do was to lead these old brothers to survive the danger as safely as possible. Now that Angola Zuo had proposed it himself, he would smile and send them to retire and enjoy their old age. Okay, don't be so sad. It's not a farewell of life and death. We haven't completed the mission yet. Yang Hui comforted. Angola Zuo and others wiped their tears. It's really embarrassing to say that the last mission ended in failure. Captain, what exactly is that monster? It's just a remnant of the old times. Yang Hui said. Hearing this, Angola Zuo didn't ask any more questions. He knew that Yang Hui and others had secrets, but he trusted Yang Hui more than the Federation. After leaving the bridge, Arthur also found Yang Hui and asked what Sid was. Uncle, that's vegan, right? Yang Hui saw the flames of hatred in Arthur's eyes and couldn't help but sigh. No. Yang Hui shook his head. But, Arthur, don't let hatred devour your reason. Yang Hui said to Arthur seriously. His expression now was exactly the same as when he saw Yakdora in Ambit Fortress Cephalid. But, Nadia, Jonathan, Li Min, Hesky and the others. Don't worry, Arthur. Yang Hui put his hand on Arthur's shoulder and said, we will meet again, and then it will be time for revenge. I know, uncle. Arthur turned and left. The fire of hatred in his eyes subsided a lot, but Yang Hui knew very well that it was not that the hatred had decreased, but that it had turned into a kind of responsibility and buried deep in his heart. At the same time, there was an agreement that could not be fulfilled. Alice, this father and son have exactly the same personalities. Yang Hui smiled bitterly at himself. Don't worry, Fleet was even more stubborn than him at the beginning, but didn't he turn around? Yulin comforted softly. Well, I know, You should go and persuade him too. Okay. Chapter 183 No One Can Escape. After returning to the giant ring base, Yang Hui immediately went to Arguri's office to report the results. How is it possible? Even you are no match. After listening to Yang Hui's report, Arguri's first reaction was to not believe it, but he also knew that Yang Hui would not lie to him about such things. Not yet, the cursed treasure, you know. Yang Hui asked Arguri with a deep expression. You mean? Yes, I found it, in the number 1 cemetery, and... As he said that, Yang Hui retrieved the data of Sid that he analyzed from the battle records on the way back, and handed the pad to Arguri. That's it. So that's how it is. It all makes sense, but there's still one question. Even you can't break through their blockade. How did Isolkanda get it? This question puzzled Arguri. Not to mention the Earth Federation army, including Vegan, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin are definitely the strongest of the strongest. Even they can't deal with 2 Sids and take a XODB from them. So how did Isolkanda get it in the first place? Is he stronger than the 3 of them combined? Arguri dispelled this idea as soon as it appeared. If that was the case, the Heavenly Man Brigade would not have achieved the current results. I guess only Isolkanda himself knows the answer, but it doesn't matter. What's important is XODB. Yang Hui said. You said that since we have found its location, I will formulate a battle plan. Wait a minute. Seeing Arguri's face full of excitement, Yang Hui immediately stopped him. What's wrong? Do you think it's really a good thing for the Federation to get XODB now? Yang Hui stopped talking and asked Argurius in the most appropriate way. Sure enough, Argurius' body stiffened when he heard the words, and immediately cooled down. He found that now was really not a good time to get XODB. If he wanted to get XODB, he would definitely suffer huge losses. Although the war with Vegan has entered a stable period, this is also a delicate balance between the 2 sides. Once the balance is broken, Vegan will never miss this great opportunity. Not to mention that the Nordrum Defense War 10 years ago allowed a large number of Vegan to infiltrate the Earth, and the Earth is really not safe. Even if a lot of Vegan have been found in the past 10 years, Argurius knows very well that this is just a drop in the bucket. If they get XODB, there is no guarantee that it will not be obtained by spies. It took decades to catch up with Vegan's technological level. If Vegan gets the complete XODB again, how many means will the Federation have to compete? I was impulsive, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, thank you for your reminder. Yang Hui waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and then said, let people stay away from the vicinity of Cemetery Number 1. I will pay attention to Sid and XODB and take them out when the time is right. Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General. It's my duty. By the way, there is also this. As he said, Yang Hui handed a stack of paper documents to Argurius. This is, huh? Argurius opened it and looked at Yang Hui with wide eyes, but soon he was relieved. Is it time? Yes. I know. Argurius solemnly signed and stamped the stack of retirement applications one by one and put them away. Yes, it was really a retirement application, the retirement application of the older generation of members of the Shinrun Brigade, and the first page was Angola Zoo, which was also what Argurius couldn't believe. Logically speaking, the old members of the Shinrun Brigade are all Yang Hui's diehards. Since the establishment of the Shinrun Brigade, except for those who died in battle or were transferred, no one has retired. He even speculated whether a major change had occurred within the Shinrun Brigade, which led to the simultaneous retirement of a large number of old members. But soon, Argurius also figured it out. Everyone on the retirement list is old. This is a hurdle that everyone will go through. Isn't it the same for Fleet? As for Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin, you can also see white hair among their black silk at this time. The number of times they personally carry out missions is getting less and less, and they spend more time on training the younger generation. Isn't this training successors? Yeah, I really don't know when I can personally sign the retirement application of His Excellency the Lieutenant General. Argurius joked. Go to bed. Everything in the dream. Ahoha, you are worthy of being the Lieutenant General. Humph, if you wait a few more decades, we can still fight. Let's go. Yang Hui left the office. Argurius breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in his chair. To be honest, when he saw Angola Zoo's retirement application, he was also afraid that Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin's retirement applications would be sandwiched in it. Although the three of them have made enough contributions to the Federation, the current Federation still cannot do without them. Once the three of them retire, Aragurius dares to guarantee that Vegan will immediately launch a large-scale attack to celebrate their retirement, and the new generation is growing up, but no one can replace them and become the new death god of Vegan. Really, I still have to rely on the Lieutenant General and others. It's embarrassing. On the other side, Yang Hui returned to the base of the Shinrun Brigade. Angola Zuo and others lined up at the gate of the base waiting for him to come back. Although they were still wearing military uniforms, their military ranks and unit numbers had been removed. Captain. XNO, so active? I treated you well, didn't I? Are you in such a hurry to run away? Yang Hui teased. Captain, do you have any misunderstanding about the word well treated? That's right. I haven't had a good rest in all these years with you. The donkeys in the production team are not used like this. That's right. And every time I was on a mission, I thought I was going to die. If it weren't for my strong heart, I would have been scared to death. Then get out of here quickly. A bunch of bastards, I didn't see you complain so much when you got bonuses and medals. Yang Hui's forehead turned black and he cursed loudly. Captain, it's okay for us to get out, but isn't it a little bit short? Angola Zuo took the lead and stood up, with an extremely obscene smile. What are you going to do? Captain, look, we are leaving, shouldn't we hold a farewell party? The brothers are waiting. Get out of here quickly. Yang Hui thought of something and immediately started to drive people away, otherwise he would definitely be cheated. But things have come to such a point that whether he will be cheated or not is no longer something he can decide. The people who had expected Yang Hui to escape looked at each other, put on sinister and vulgar smiles in tacit understanding, surrounded Yang Hui, and walked towards the cafeteria with their hands and feet tied. Let me go. I won't go. I'm your superior. I'm going to send you to the military court. Sorry, Captain, we're retired. You can't control us now, and we won't go to the military court. Old Huotao has already prepared 500 kilograms of pure mayote. I will definitely serve you comfortably today. You bunch of bastards. Let me go. Let me go quickly. Yang Hui struggled and cursed. Although he was a reformer and his physical functions would not be reduced by age, he was still no match for 4 hands. 4 or 5 people grabbed his hand alone. How could he escape? You wish. We have been waiting for this day for a long time. Haha, just get drunk by us. Then take a picture and bring it back for my little bastard to see. His dad has taught his idol a lesson. Those who do evil will eventually perish, Yang Hui, and you have come to this day. Graham looked at Yang Hui's incompetent rage, and his stomach hurt from laughing. He had been waiting to see Yang Hui make a fool of himself for a long time. He had been suppressed by him for so long, and finally found a chance to vent his anger. For this reason, Graham borrowed a professional camera from somewhere and was about to put it on his shoulder. But he still missed Angola Zuo and others after all his calculations. As soon as these words came out, the noisy air suddenly quieted down, and dozens of eyes fell on Graham, their eyes glowing with hungry green light, like countless beasts staring at their prey. Graham was stunned for a moment, and ran away. Don't let the deputy captain run away. Catch him. Damn it, I almost forgot there was a deputy captain. Back then, my misadaptability was not up to standard, but he mocked me for a long time. Today, I have revenge and grievances. Deputy Captain. Don't run away. Although Graham was agile, he was afraid of wolves even if he was a tiger, not to mention that there were younger generations who took over and stabbed him in the back. He was caught in a few moves and was carried to the cafeteria by a group of people like Yang Hui. Why am I so stupid? Graham wanted to cry but had no tears. He really wanted to slap himself. Wouldn't it be better to just shrink aside and be a transparent photographer quietly? He had to say one more thing. You deserve it. Yang Hui was no longer angry at this time. Anyway, he couldn't run away, and he was happy to have one more person to die with him. Then, from the time they arrived at the cafeteria, they lost consciousness in just 5 minutes, and it was already the 3rd day after they woke up again. Sitting up from the bed and rubbing his sore temples, Yang Hui cursed Angola Zuo's group of animals in his heart. Yulin came over with a smile on her face and handed Yang Hui a cup of warm water. Yang Hui took it and drank it all. He looked at Yulin with some resentment. When someone stuffed a bottle into his mouth, he had been asking her for help. But she actually betrayed him after he took it. Yulin covered her mouth and chuckled. She put the cup aside and sat next to Yang Hui, leaning against him. Yang Hui smiled bitterly a few times and said nothing more. He just enjoyed the quiet world of two people, using this way to dilute the reluctance and loneliness in his heart. Chapter 184, War restarts, the third phase begins. Time flies, and another 14 years have passed. At this time, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin are already old grandfathers and old ladies. Although they are full of white hair, they are still energetic, which makes many people envious. At the military base in Levi City, Yang Hui and the other two withdrew from the front line 5 years ago and handed over the Heavenly Man brigade to Arthur. After fighting with Sid 14 years ago and witnessing the sacrifice of his comrades, Arthur gave up the decision to retire and continue to hone himself. Finally, 5 years ago, he was recognized by Yang Hui and the other two and was assured to hand over the Heavenly Man brigade to him. After so many years of life and death battles, although the driving skills of Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin have improved, they have not yet broken through to B+. Without the opportunity to upgrade the skills provided by the task rewards, it is not so easy to upgrade even a small level. However, the three can feel that although the level has not changed, the strength is still growing, so there is no rush at all. On the contrary, SM's potential was fully developed by the three of them. Now he is a B-class pilot, able to steadily exert the full performance of the Gundam Age 2, instead of driving it in an explosive state every time he is emotionally excited to fully control this fierce horse. With B-class driving skills, SM has the ability to protect himself on the battlefield. As long as he does not encounter an ambush by a large-scale fleet, he will be able to escape unscathed even if the dangerous mission fails. Of course, Yang Hui and the other two have withdrawn from the front line, and the Celestial Being brigade naturally cannot achieve the deterrent power it once had, so when Arguris arranges tasks, he will naturally adjust according to the situation. However, the Federation, especially the Intelligence Department and the Staff Department, have been purged many times, and the possibility of spies is very small. Even if there are still fish that slip through the net, they are just small fish and shrimps. The situation of open betrayal like before will not happen again, and the Celestial Being brigade will not be in that kind of danger again. In addition, the recent missions are basically searching for lurkers on Earth, so there is basically no danger, and Yang Hui and the other two are relieved. After withdrawing from the front line, Yang Hui and his two companions stayed at the military base in Levi City, specifically training more excellent pilots for the Federation, and separated the task of the training brigade from the Shine Run brigade. Number 15. What are you doing? Looking for flies. Number 53. I just taught you the spiral maneuver, have you forgotten? Number 192. Stop your butt. Are you sticking your butt up so high to be a target for the enemy? Yang Hui looked at the situation of the simulated training and cursed loudly. He had not stopped since the morning. The adjutant, recorder and others around him were sweating profusely and kept silent, fearing that they would be implicated. The temper of the lieutenant general is still so terrible. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. This is what everyone thought in their hearts. Why don't you keep quiet? Graham said to Yang Hui with a joking expression. Quiet your ass. Look at what kind of ghosts they are. Don't you have to scold them a few times to make them remember it? Yang Hui retorted unhappily. Graham rolled his eyes. Don't you know what the situation of this batch of trainees is? More than half of them are children of high-ranking military and political officials, who are sent here for gilding. Even if they leave the training brigade, they can't drive a few misses. If you train them like elite trump cards, can they meet the standards? What? Any objection? Yang Hui glanced at Graham, his tone containing the momentum of a volcanic eruption. Why? Train hard. Graham smiled and gave a thumbs up. I really don't know what Arguris is thinking. If you want to gild, so many units don't go, but send them to me, then don't blame me for being cruel. Yang Hui said viciously. Haha, of course. Graham fully agreed with Yang Hui's opinion. Those children of high-ranking officials are all greasy and powdered, and the men are more effeminate than the women. How can this be possible? If nothing unexpected happens, these children of high-ranking officials will also be the backbone of the Federation in the future. If they serve as the core of the Federation as they are now, the Federation will be doomed. So Yang Hui and Graham wanted to train these unmanly young masters and daughters, and let them know the truth that if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the base's alarm suddenly sounded, and the base commander's communication arrived at the same time. Lieutenant General, Major General, emergency. What happened? It's vegan. The giant ring base was raided by vegan and has been completely destroyed. Vegan appeared in many places, and many war zones have lost contact. What about Levi City? There are also. Please wait, a large virtual image appeared in the city of Vegan. Turn around. Yang Hui knew that the third stage had begun. The impact turned, and Isolcanda's figure appeared on the screen. My name is Isolcanda, a human living in the Martian sphere, and a representative of the independent nation Vegan. Listen, Earthlings. Vegan hereby announces that it has officially begun to invade the Earth. The impact ended, and the next scene was the city of Levi. Perhaps because the teaching brigade had always been in Levi, Yang Hui and the other two had not relaxed their efforts to eliminate vegan lurkers in Wales, so there was no crisis situation where Vegan appeared directly in the city center. But Vegan also knew that they were in Levi, and did not reduce their threat, so they directly dispatched 3 warships to invade Levi from 4 directions, and 2 more warships appeared not far from the base. Lieutenant General, where are our machines? Yang Hui calmed down and asked the base commander. We can attack at any time. Begin the attack procedure, and all the garrison troops will be dispatched. Yang Hui and Graham ran towards the hangar while giving instructions to the base commander. Divide 2 teams to fight against a vegan that invaded the city, and the rest will guard the base. The trainees. Let them join the base's defense line. But their identities. Now they have only one identity, that is, federal soldiers. Got it. Got it. After hanging up the call, the base commander breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Yang Hui was old, and even through the screen, the aura exuded by Yang Hui made him a little breathless, just like when he first saw Yang Hui in his prime. However, he was half happy and half worried about Yang Hui's order. He was happy that Yang Hui and the other 2 would attack in person. Although the 3 were old, everyone in the Levi base knew that the 3 were still as skilled as the 3 archangels of the past, so if they attacked to meet the enemy, the outcome of the battle would be determined. On the other hand, the commander was also worried. He was not worried about Yang Hui and the other 2, but about himself. Yang Hui's order must be executed, but a group of young masters and daughters who had never been on the battlefield and whose training results were a mess were about to go to the battlefield to fight vegan. It was unpredictable whether they would live or die. This was Yang Hui's order. The parents of these young masters and daughters did not dare to embarrass them, but he, the commander of the base, would be in danger. If 1 or 2 of them died, his career would be over, and he might even lose his life. Commander, execute the order. The MIS troops will attack immediately. Angus Squadron and Floyd Squadron will follow the 3 lieutenant generals to Lost, and the other troops will deploy the first line of defense from M23 to Q21, and the trainee troops will be arranged in the second line of defense. Understood. Yang Hui and Graham, who arrived at the hangar, immediately changed into their driving suits and boarded the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam. Yulin had already been waiting for them in the Luna Gundam. 14 years ago, Yang Hui and the other 2 suffered a loss at the hands of Sid, so naturally they would not do nothing. The 3 Gundams were upgraded and transformed again. The Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam did not change much. They just added a new feature based on the original one, splitting the integrated attack and defense floating gun into shield plus gun sets similar to the Secret Angel, using new materials to improve the frame and armor, and then adding a better radar detection system that can target the Parasol system. Graham's Flag Gundam changed a lot. Referring to the technology of the Gundam Age 2, it directly turned back into a transforming machine, which can switch freely between the MA jet fighter form and the MIS form. The front end of the wings and the nose in the MA form are equipped with Shijur blade, which gives Graham a terrible cutting ability at high speeds. At the same time, a Vang's Vulcan cannon is also equipped under the nose. A high-output Vang's rifle that can switch freely between the energy storage mode and the continuous shooting mode is hung in the center of the abdomen, and there are 2 rotatable Vang's cannons on the back of the fuselage as additional firepower to prevent being stolen. When transformed into MIS form, the folded body unfolds, the nose is used as a composite weapon of Shijur blade, shield and Fang's Vulcan cannon, held in the left hand, and the multimode high-energy Fang's rifle is held in the right hand, The wings equipped with Shijur blade unfold behind, which can be used as a controller to maintain the balance of the body, or as a catapult to shoot Shijur blade to kill the enemy, and then retrieved by the steel cable at the tail, and can be taken down and used as a weapon for both hands when necessary, and the Fang's cannon on the back is left on the shoulders. If the previous Flag Gundam was a melee specialized body, now it is a perfect warrior with a combination of long range and short range, and high speed mobility. After the attack, Graham will go ahead and block the vegan troops in the south. Yulin will lead the Angus team and the Floyd team to take charge of the vegan troops in the west. Don't let them step into the city. Leave the enemies in the east to me. Understood. X2. It's been 5 years. We are once again on the Gundam. Let the old guy Isel Kanda know that he hasn't woken up from his nightmare yet. Yang Hui had a ferocious and cruel smile on his face. Enemies are also worthy of recognition or respect, but enemies who attack civilians at will do not need any respect. It is enough to slaughter them as animals. Chapter 185, still in good shape. The fastest Flag Gundam took the lead and flew at the fastest speed towards the farthest vegan fleet. Vegan also discovered the Flag Gundam approaching at a very fast speed. The moment it discovered it, all the MIS troops surrounded it, and the guns and cannons kept firing. A dense firepower net covered the Flag Gundam. Come on. Facing the impending fatal beam, Graham's face did not show any fear, but excitement and enthusiasm. It has been 5 years. Since he retired from the front line and served as an instructor of the teaching brigade, he has basically not encountered a decent battle. He knew that there would be no more before the start of the third phase of the mission, so he has been waiting for this day to come. The Flag Gundam did not slow down, turning into a flexible fish swimming in the air, shuttling through the large net of beams, and encountered several enemy MISs drawing their beam swords and rushing towards him. The Shijur blade on the nose and wings shone with scarlet brilliance, and it passed by the enemy planes without even changing its route. In an instant, several MISs were cut in half, and even the Daniken that was in contact with the nose of the machine didn't even have the chance to explode, and it was broken into pieces in the air and scattered on the ground. During the attack, the Fang's Vulcan cannon and the high-output Fang's rifle fired in succession, and the dense beams formed a line, which blasted all the enemy planes blocking the front into slag. Perhaps it was the enemy's captain's machine that seized the clever opportunity to approach the Flag Gundam. The beam swords of Daniken's hands had locked onto the Flag Gundam and were about to chop it down. At this moment, with a click sound, the Flag Gundam turned directly into a MIS form in the air at high speed, made a strange maneuver on the spot, and brushed past Daniken's beam sword. With a backhand swing, the Shijur blade on the nose shield split it in two. A real man never looks back at the explosion, as if he had done nothing, and did not stay where he was, continuing to deal with the surrounding enemies at high speed and high firepower, tearing a big hole in the MIS line in front of the battleship. Hey, first one. The Flag Gundam no longer paid attention to the MIS troops that were left behind. Before the battleship entered the city, the red light of the shield, Shijur blade, shone brightly, like a hot knife cutting tofu, and pierced the battleship's armor without any obstruction, leaving deep scars on the surface of the battleship driven by speed. The battleship Fazos was wrapped in billowing smoke, and arcs and sparks kept dancing and flashing at the scars, but Vegan's technology was still very reliable, and even such hideous scars could not sink it. It's worthy of being vegan, then try this. The Flag Gundam stayed at the lower abdomen of the battleship, and at the intersection of several scars, the high-output Vang's rifle and Vang's cannon locked the intersection. The beams shot out, and 3 beams merged into one, from bottom to top, piercing the battleship like a steel pillar, nailing it in the air. The Flag Gundam retreated quickly, and the Fazos began to expand from the middle part, then spread to the whole body, and finally, boom! The grand fireworks exploded, fragments flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. This is the battle I hope for. Graham looked at his masterpiece, smiled with satisfaction, and then continued to chase the fleeing MIS troops. Yulin landed directly on the edge of the city, set up a long-range beam gun, and fired at a moderate speed. Although there are no GN particles, the floating gun cannot be used on Earth, reducing the efficiency of the Luna Gundam and destroying the enemy, but Yulin's sniper is still the enemy's nightmare. Before the opponent has time to react, the cockpit has been penetrated, and even subconsciously dodging cannot avoid it. Not only can it not avoid it, but it will also cause the friendly aircraft behind it to be shot down. Angus Squad, 3 Dorados on the left, surround and kill. Understood. X5 Floyd Squad, 2 Dorados and 2 Danakins on the right, block them immediately. Understood. X5 After receiving the order, Angus Squad and Floyd Squad immediately executed it. They would not question Yulin's order. There were young people who were not afraid of tigers, because Yulin was a very gentle woman, and she was old, so they were skeptical about her strength. But after Yulin's simulated battle demonstration, they told this group of energetic young people what the sword is still sharp. While Yulin fired to stop the enemy from crossing the city boundary, she gave orders to the 2 squads in an orderly manner. Although the efficiency was not as good as Graham and Yang Hui's side, and the battle was not as fierce and exciting, they were like the Great Wall, as stable as Mount Tai, nailed to the spot, and allowed Vegan to launch a fierce attack, but they stood firm and could not cross a step. Now, Yulin cleared the last 2, Danakin, guarding Fazos, and immediately issued a decisive battle order to Angus Squadron and Floyd Squadron, all aircraft, attack the enemy warship. Understood. X-10. And to the east, it was the battle zone that Yang Hui was in charge of. Although the floating gun could not be used, the vegan invasion was defeated by the 2 Vang's submachine guns. It was really incredible that Yang Hui's shooting skills had reached the point where the submachine gun shooting was no weaker than Yulin's high-precision sniping. The chain of bullets in a line almost never missed, and every beam would hit the vegan Ms. Beep, beep. The alarm in the cockpit sounded, and Yang Hui noticed that there was an enemy plane approaching behind him, but he was not panicked at all, because the next second, the 4 wings spread out, and the floating gun opened its ferocious mouth, and dozens of pink beams skewered them like bamboo sticks into barbecue skewers. Don't think that on Earth, the floating gun is just a decoration. Yang Hui grinned, and controlled the Dawn Gundam to rush directly into the center of the enemy's line. The 4 wings, beam submachine guns, and high-output electromagnetic guns were all deployed, and then began to rotate on the spot. The pink beams and the electromagnetic shells jumping with arcs were like countless colored brushes, using the world as a canvas to paint a beautiful but deadly picture. Although the yellow light was shining, it added bright flowers to the picture before it could be fired. In almost a minute, Vegan's Ms. troops were swept away, leaving only a Fazos floating alone in the sky. Fazos probably knew that the situation was over and was about to activate the sunshade system to retreat, but would Yang Hui let them leave safely? Of course not. Haha, do you really think I have been just an instructor these years? The sunshade system is no longer useful. The new radar search system was activated, and the moment Fazos disappeared, it locked it at the same time. The Dawn Gundam was blazing, rapidly approaching the location of the Fazos. The electromagnetic cannon opened fire, exploding in the empty air. The air was distorted for a moment, and the disappeared Fazos reappeared in everyone's sight, but the engine part at the rear had been completely destroyed, falling towards the suburbs with thick smoke and explosions. Sorry, you are useless now, so just go on your way. The Dawn Gundam did not let them go just because the Fazos had lost power and could only fall. The moment they decided to attack the city directly, Yang Hui had no intention of letting them live. Prisoners? It would only waste food, and there were too many vegans on Earth now, so there was no need to increase them. The Dawn Gundam came to the path of Fazos's fall with a strong murderous intent, and all the gun ports were opened, and the firepower was tilted on Fazos as if it was desperate. Even if the opponent sent a surrender signal, it would not pay attention. Once a breakaway cabin escaped, it would be visited by beams or shells at the first time. Until it was completely silent, the Dawn Gundam gave way and let the Fazos fall to the ground, shatter, explode, and leave debris all over the ground. Finally, after confirming that the vegan in the east had been completely destroyed, the Dawn Gundam turned around and left. Graham and Yulin didn't need to worry at all. Yang Hui had absolute confidence that he could completely destroy the enemy. Only the defense line of the back base might need his support. Sure enough, when the Dawn Gundam arrived at a back defense line, the battle between the 2 armies had entered a stalemate. Although the Federation army had a slight advantage, it was impossible to quickly repel them. In order to reduce its own losses and to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, the Dawn Gundam immediately joined the battle with the Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam that arrived together, and annihilated all the invading enemy forces like a whirlwind. Lieutenant General, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise Levi City would be. The base commander said with lingering fear. This time Vegan's attack was too sudden, and the number was huge, and it launched attacks from 4 directions at the same time. If Yang Hui and his 2 men had not led their men to quickly clear out the enemy forces in the east, west and south, the city of Levi would probably have become history. Let's save the celebration for later. What's the situation now? The situation is very bad. The base commander reported with a grim expression. Yang Hui and 2 other people were in Levi City, so Vegan failed to cause much trouble, but that didn't happen in other cities. According to the intelligence from Lost Laulan, Vegan's large-scale invasion of the Earth this time not only mobilized the Vegan hidden on Earth, but also airdropped a large number of troops. The Middle East and North Africa have all fallen, and the remaining 15% of the areas have ended the fighting, but they have all suffered heavy losses and are in urgent need of reinforcements, otherwise they will not be able to resist the next wave of invasion. The rest are still fighting. Lost Laulan. Yes, since the Giant Ring base was destroyed, Lost Laulan is the temporary headquarters. Fortunately, Admiral Argyris happened to be inspecting Lost Laulan, otherwise. Fortunately? Is there anything to be thankful for in the current situation? Yang Hui asked unhappily. Yes. The base commander was embarrassed. The current situation was indeed as bad as it could be. It was a blessing in disguise that Argyris survived. It was also a little psychological comfort. What about the order? Where should our team go to provide support? Yang Hui asked. I have reported the situation of the 3 of you to the Admiral. The Admiral ordered that the 3 of you contact him immediately after the battle. Okay. Chapter 186 Arrival at Lost Laulan. After arriving at the command room and arranging the battlefield cleanup and aftermath, Yang Hui immediately contacted Argyris in Lost Laulan. It's been a long time since we last met, Lieutenant General. I'm really ashamed. I'm ashamed to see you and the old commander. What happened? I remember that 5 years ago, the most advanced radar search system was specially configured for the Giant Ring base. Vegan's sunshade system should have been completely cracked. Why did this happen? And what is the intelligence department doing? Why didn't they detect it in advance? Yang Hui asked seriously. With the sunshade system cracked, Vegan no longer had the ability to appear and disappear, and the intelligence department should have been able to detect Vegan's large-scale attack in advance. Why was the Giant Ring base still destroyed as in the original plot? It's still under investigation. Currently, we have only restored the images from that time. Vegan's large fortress suddenly appeared near the Giant Ring base. It is very likely that the enemy's sunshade system has been upgraded again. As for the intelligence department. As he spoke, Argyris called up a document. I just received a report from the intelligence department. 3 days before the Giant Ring base was destroyed, all our agents stationed in Vegan lost contact. It is very likely that. Check. A large number of agents lost contact 3 days ago. Why didn't anyone report it? Check the intelligence department. I see. I'll arrange for someone to investigate the intelligence department immediately. Where do we need reinforcements now? The Middle East or North Africa? Since they have chosen to return to the front line, Yang Hui and the other 2 will naturally go to the most dangerous battlefield where they are most needed. Lieutenant General, the Middle East and North Africa have been completely occupied. The Federation Army cannot organize enough troops to recapture them in a short time. Since the Giant Ring base has been destroyed, we have lost control of the Earth's orbit, so the 3 of you need to go to Lost Laulan to meet up with the Celestial Brigade. I have a big plan to implement. Argyris said. Understood, we will set off immediately and go to Lost Laulan. Yang Hui understood that now is indeed not the best time to launch a recapture operation. Even if the occupied areas in the Middle East and North Africa can be recaptured, the control of the Earth's orbit has been lost. Even if the lost land is recaptured, Vegan can still send down a steady stream of troops from the universe, so recapture the Earth-Moon orbit is the top priority. By the way, Lieutenant General, the old commander has also come out again, bringing a brand new Gundam, and together with a diva, he is heading towards Lost Laulan from Olivana's. Brand new Gundam? That old guy is really. Yang Hui smiled and shook his head when he heard this, secretly cursing Fleet for being so dishonest. If he couldn't let it go, why did he retire back then? Moreover, Yang Hui knew that the new Gundam was the Gundam H3, and the pilot was not Flit, but his grandson, Asem's son, Chio Suno. Flit was obviously old and might not be able to fulfill his wish to be the savior, and his son was useless, so he imposed his wish on his grandson. I see. Tell Flick to pay attention to his age. Oh, I understand. Hearing this, Argyris smiled. After so many years, many things have changed, but the Vice Admiral is still so interesting. By the way, Yang Hui continued, I arranged a move 3 years ago, maybe you can use it. As he said that, Yang Hui sent a top-secret document to Argyris, who was shocked at first and then ecstatic after reading it. This information is very timely, Lieutenant General. In this way, the last gap in my plan has finally been filled. Well, as long as it is useful to you, we will set off immediately and arrive tomorrow afternoon. Understood. I wish you all a safe journey. After the communication ended, Yang Hui was not a procrastinator and immediately asked the base commander to arrange a transport ship to send them to Lost Lowland. Lieutenant General, what about those trainees? The base commander asked humbly. He was not worried that no one would take care of these young masters and daughters. According to the regulations of the Federal Army, they are now soldiers. If the training is not over yet, they can start basic training directly. When the training is over, they will directly join the regular organization. Of course, if their parents have other arrangements for their children, the upper echelons of the military will naturally have special orders. At that time, he will just follow the orders and send these living ancestors away obediently. Other things will not be his responsibility. The reason why he asked this question, which already had an answer, was that he couldn't bear to leave Yang Hui and the others. They had been together at Levi's base for 5 years. Although he was the commander and had to obey their orders, who wouldn't be happy to have such a strict and upright boss who could teach him a lot? According to the regulations of the military system, you should do what you should do. Tell their parents that although they haven't graduated yet, they are still people I have taught. If you want to take them back to eat and drink well and get promoted quickly, don't even think about it. Yang Hui scolded angrily. Yes. The base commander knew that the order of the general headquarters could not be violated, and at the same time he didn't know whether Yang Hui and the other two would return to Levi's base in the future, so he took this order as the last order to obey. Well, good job, you are worthy of being someone I have taught. Work hard, your future is not limited to this. Yang Hui patted his shoulder and praised him, then left. Lieutenant General Yang Hui. Lieutenant General Graham. Lieutenant General Yulin. Good luck to you. Yang Hui did not look back, but waved his hand with his back to them and left. This was not a farewell forever. The people he was optimistic about would accompany him and them to fight for their whole lives. Was this considered as the final farewell? That won't do. Work for me for the rest of your life. The three said goodbye to the people at the Levi base and took a special transport ship to Lost Lowland. The Levi base was not far from Lost Lowland, and the vegan troops that invaded Levi City should be 80% of the entire war zone. After losing so many troops, vegan could not expect to show off in this area, so the journey was very safe and they arrived at Lost Lowland within the scheduled time. Lieutenant General Yang Hui. Lieutenant General Graham. Lieutenant General Yulin. As soon as they arrived at Lost Lowland, Argyris came to greet them with senior officers. Now only Yang Hui and the other two in the Federation can have this honor. Well, how is the situation? Yang Hui and the other two returned the salute and asked immediately. The battles in all war zones have ended. The good news is that except for the Middle East and North Africa war zones, other war zones have repelled vegan. The bad news is that except for Levi, all war zones have suffered heavy losses, and some war zones cannot even withstand the next attack. Argyris briefed Yang Hui. Then let vegan's attention be drawn to us. That's what I planned too. It was originally a risky plan, but the three of you will eventually arrive, and this plan will be foolproof. We will do our best and order the maintenance team to keep our machines in the best condition. I have already ordered it. Please follow me. Argyris brought Yang Hui and the other two to the headquarters to make a detailed report. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Hui was still frightened when he looked at the map and specific data. In his previous life, the anime he had watched only showed the Battle of Libanus and the battle with Phantom III in the desert. He had no idea about the other things. Now, he cursed vegan for being so ruthless and inhumane. Something is wrong. After carefully comparing the data, Yang Hui found something wrong. Although some war zones were occupied, there were almost no civilian casualties. Although some war zones repelled the enemy, the first place to be attacked was the city center, so the civilian casualties were huge. The same army could never have two action modes with such a huge difference. So, Lieutenant General, have you also discovered it? I guess that vegans should have carried out this large-scale invasion separately by 2 units. Arguris said. That should be the case. Yang Hui nodded in agreement, and at the same time thought of the person he had always been optimistic about. According to the development of the plot, he must be one of them this time. It seems that the influence of the past is still there. This kid is not bad. Yang Hui said with relief in his heart. Next, Arguris brought Yang Hui, the other 2, and the senior officers to the combat meeting room and informed everyone of his combat plan in detail, which caused an uproar. At first, many people objected, but with Yang Hui's support, everyone put away their opposition. They admitted that Arguris's combat goal was absolutely correct, but the plan was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, the Earth Federation Army's last chance to counterattack would be ruined. But with Yang Hui and the other 3 backing him up, the threats and accidents would be minimized. Arguris was taught by Fleet, and not only was the overall arrangement perfect, but the orders to each team were also very precise. All the troops concentrated in Lost Lalin were treated by him as exquisite gears and placed in the most appropriate position to maintain the perfect operation of this plan. After the other senior officers left, Arguris brought Yang Hui and the other 2 to his temporary office. Only here was the safest place, eliminating all eavesdropping and surveillance. I have contacted her, and Vegan should be able to get the location of Lost Lalin soon. Arguris said. Well, her identity can be restored slowly. Tell Fleet first, so that she won't be considered a traitor by her own people. I have already told the old commander her identity and battle plan. I believe her will make arrangements. By the way, who is the captain of the songstress now? Yang Hui asked. She is the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Anus. This time she is forced to do something, but I think the granddaughter of the Vice Admiral will be fine. Well, I understand. I will go meet those bastards first and see what they have done to my old troops. Hearing this, Arguris raised his lips and said confidently, Still excellent. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Chapter 187 Shanalu I's Innocence. Captain, I heard that Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Lieutenant General Graham and Lieutenant General Yulin are coming. Captain, do you know the 3 lieutenant generals? Can you help me get an autograph? And me. I grew up watching the promotional videos of the 3 lieutenant generals. They are my idols. I heard that the 3 lieutenant generals are going to return to the front line. Captain, isn't it time for you to give up your position? It's so happy to be able to fight under the leadership of the 3 lieutenant generals. Everyone, degrees. Surrounded by a group of young people who had just joined the Shine Run Brigade, Arthur's mouth twitched constantly, and the veins on his forehead were about to burst. He really didn't expect that the fans of Yang Hui and the other 2 had been cultivated since childhood, and they were so fanatical. Some even wanted to overthrow him. What an ungrateful person. Just as Arthur couldn't help but scold his subordinates, a sudden scream interrupted him. It's the Lieutenant General. The Lieutenant General is here. Amid the excited cheers of the crowd, Yang Hui and the other 2 slowly walked to the headquarters of the Shine Run Brigade. Wow. There are a lot of new faces, little bastards. You didn't embarrass the Shine Run Brigade, did you? Yang Hui greeted them enthusiastically regardless of how many familiar faces there were in the current Shine Run Brigade. He was relieved to see that the younger generation of the Shine Run Brigade was still so lively and active. No. And everyone stood up straight, raised their heads and chests and answered. This was not only self-confidence, but also the maintenance of their own honor, and even more so an explanation to the predecessors. Well, that's good, Arthur. Hearing that he was called, Arthur took the initiative to walk in front of everyone and accept Yang Hui's inspection. Well done. Yang Hui patted Arthur on the shoulder and praised. It's all because of the Lieutenant General's good teaching. Arthur answered loudly. Well, then. Isam, who was familiar with Yang Hui, saw that the smile on Yang Hui's face became vulgar and sinister. The survival instinct of the creature made him run away without thinking too much. Although he really didn't know what he had done wrong, it was better to run first for his life. But Yang Hui also watched Isam grow up, step by step to the present. Wouldn't he notice his little movements? The hand that was originally on his shoulder moved to the top of Isam's head at lightning speed, like a steel cast iron claw, tightly grasping him. Lieutenant General. Let go. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Don't worry, we'll take it slowly. Yang Hui smiled grimly, looked at the man and woman who were half a status behind SM, and asked, Gerald, Reina, did this kid fulfill his captain's duties? Yes, Lieutenant General. The young man and woman stepped forward at the same time and saluted Yang Hui. Gerard Fornell and Rena Sbridgen are a couple. They are also the last batch of students before Yang Hui and the other two withdrew from the front line. They are also very outstanding X-rounders in the Federation. Because of their outstanding abilities and the tacit cooperation between the couple, they were promoted to the deputy captain of the Shinrun Brigade, assisting Arthur in managing the Shinrun Brigade. According to the original historical process, the two should have been used by the military to test the X-rounder dedicated Ms. Because the military was eager to achieve results, a major accident occurred during the test. Gerard was killed directly, and Rena survived by chance, but her brain was also irreversibly damaged, resulting in unstable X-rounder abilities and easy to run away. In the end, she was instigated by Aaron Simmons, the commander of the lunar base, and joined Vegan with her. In fact, the reason why the test had an accident was also arranged by this person. He had been bribed by Vegan a long time ago and planned to surrender to Vegan, but he had no name and bargaining chips, so he took a fancy to the Fornell couple, but he didn't expect that only one of them would die. But all this is impossible to happen. Aaron Simmons was imprisoned in a certain internal purge, and Gerald and Reno were also intercepted by Yang Hui in advance. Captain Asuno has completed every mission very well, and he is a qualified captain. Gerald reported. Although he seemed righteous on the surface, his eyes glanced at Arthur, and collided with Arthur's pleading eyes. Really? Yang Hui's smile became more intense, but it was more dangerous, making him sweat. Yes, yes. Gerald planned to fight to the end, but at this time, he was stabbed in the back by his wife. Captain Asuno did complete every mission well. Rena. But I don't think he is a qualified captain. Arthur and Gerald, Captain Asuno will definitely charge to the front line in every battle, and even take on most of the enemies on his own initiative, putting himself in a dangerous situation. I don't think this is what a qualified commander should do. Rena didn't even look at her husband and Arthur, and reported bluntly. Oh? Go on. Yang Hui looked at Rena with interest, and at the same time grabbed Gerard's head with his other hand. On the one hand, originally many missions did not require him to take action, but he did not analyze the actual situation and attacked forcefully, snatching the credit from everyone and blocking everyone's path to promotion. On the other hand, Captain Asuno does not have the ability of the 3 lieutenant generals, and the situation of the Tenjin battalion has also undergone tremendous changes, and the previous mode of action should not be used, finally. And more. Arthur looked as if he had lost his parents, and his whole body turned gray. As a soldier, as a member of the Tenjin battalion, everyone has already made up their minds, so please Captain Asuno don't treat us as fledglings that need protection, that's all. After the report, Yang Hui's hands became more and more powerful, and the look he gave Arthur became more and more dangerous. Uncle. Please listen to my excuses. No explanations. I'm dying. I'm really dying. Lieutenant General. It's none of my business. Let me go. Arthur and Gerald cried out in pain, and were lifted up in the air by Yang Hui and struggled helplessly. Arthur, you really make me proud. You did the same thing in the beginning. I learned from you. In a panic, Arthur spoke without thinking. Sure enough, after hearing what Yang Hui said, he loosened his hands. The two thought they had escaped, but who would have thought that Yang Hui's body was emitting an ominous black gas, like a real coat on his body. Reina, is the simulation cabin of Bizet still there? Yes, and it has been updated with the latest technology. Well, very good, Arthur. Gerald, get on the plane. I want to see if your current level has regressed. After saying that, he ignored the pleading eyes of Arthur and Gerald and walked straight towards the long-lost Bizet. If it weren't for the fact that the secret operation of Lost Lalin was about to begin, it would not be suitable for actual machine training. Otherwise, it's over, this is miserable. Arthur cried. Gerard punched Arthur in anger, and his expression was not much better. I should have known not to cover for you, otherwise I wouldn't have been implicated. What did you say? What? Do you want to duel? You two should adjust your status quickly. The mock battle of the Vice Admiral is not so easy to deal with. It's obviously you who betrayed us. Although they were noisy all the way, The two still went to the simulation cabin obediently. The others saw that the captain and the deputy captain were going to suffer. As the most perfect subordinates, they would never miss the opportunity to laugh at their superiors. And it was the idol who took action personally, which was even more unmissable. On the other side, the songstress was about to reach the range of Lost Lowland, and the ship also found that someone on the ship had been delivering messages to Vegan all the way. The person who delivered the message was Shanlu Yamran, a member of the Abyss team. Unlike the original plot, Shanlu did not drive the Miz to escape immediately after being discovered. Instead, she calmly waited for the arrest. When she was taken to the captain's office for interrogation, Shanlu revealed her identity in front of Captain Natara Innes, Miss Captain Sarah Abyss and Fleet. I passed the information to Vegan, including the specific location of Lost Lowland, but I did so under the order of Admiral Algaris. What? Natara Innes and Sarah Abyss were shocked. 4 years ago, Vegan found me and asked me to be a spy for them on the condition that I would provide a large amount of funds for my sister's treatment. But not long after, Lieutenant General Yang Hui sent someone to find me and showed me the evidence of my promise to Vegan. Then the Lieutenant General asked me to be a double agent and pass limited information to Vegan under his instructions. Shanlu explained. That's it. I can prove this. Fleet said, dispelling the last doubts of the two. You knew it a long time ago. The two asked in surprise. Not long ago, Algaris told me the battle plan for Lost Lowland, and also told me that he had just learned about it. Before that, only Yang Hui knew Shanlu's identity. What's the matter with the location of Lost Lowland? Isn't that the last counter-attack force of the Federation Army? Natara Innes asked in confusion. Humph, Algaris is planning to play a big game, using Lost Lowland as bait to eliminate as many of Vegan's living forces as possible to create opportunities to retake Earth's orbit. Fleet said unhappily. It's too risky. If the battle fails, then the Federation. The Admiral should have other trump cards, right? Otherwise, the Admiral would not have made such a risky plan. Unlike Natara Innes, who was shocked, the calm and composed Sarah Abyss immediately thought of the key. Yang Hui and his team have already arrived at Lost Lowland, and the Shinrun Brigade is also here. I see, with 3 lieutenant generals here, it's really foolproof. Sarah Abyss shrugged. The Federation's greatest weapon is ready, so what else is there to worry about? Chapter 188 Fleet's Obsession, The Virgin Bitch Chio. Shanlu's identity was made public inside the Songbird, clearing her of the charge of being a spy. The Songbird had already entered the range of Lost Lowland. This was once again different from the original plot. Originally, when the Songbird arrived at Lost Lowland, the battle had already begun, and the Songbird and its troops joined the battle midway. But now, the Songbird is about to arrive at Lost Lowland, but Vegan's massive invasion has not yet made any progress. Hey, Fleet, long time no see. As soon as the Songbird landed, Yang Hui and the other two came to greet them with Algaris and Arthur. Of course, Arthur was not here to welcome Fleet. He was looking at Fleet with anger. Long time no see, Yang Hui, Graham, Yulin. Fleet nodded, but did not greet his elder brother and sister-in-law, whom he had not seen for many years, enthusiastically. Instead, he retreated without a trace. But Yang Hui seemed to have not seen it, and took the initiative to walk over and put his arm around Fleet's shoulders. The sound of the collision frightened everyone around. What's wrong? It's been a long time since we last met. Shouldn't you give your brother a warm hug? Don't you recognize me as your brother? Yang Hui asked jokingly. No, I just... Fleet grimaced in pain. The blow just now almost broke his old bones. I'll deal with you later. Yang Hui whispered in Fleet's ear and told him with his eyes, if you dare to run, you'll die. Fleet was happy and sad. He was happy that he didn't have to save face in front of the younger generation and could live a little longer, but it was only a little while. Because the sad thing was that he would be ruthlessly and severely taught a lesson by Yang Hui later. Yang Hui let go of Fleet and walked past him to Natara Innes and others. Nice to meet you. Lieutenant General Yang Hui. I am Natara Innes, the granddaughter of that old man Innes. I held you in my arms when you were a child. Yang Hui said gently. Your grandfather can understand, but didn't your grandmother tell you about us? She did. Natara Innes lowered her head shyly. When she was very young, she did hear her grandparents talk about the past, and Yang Hui and others were the most important, But the versions she heard from her grandparents were completely different. She didn't know which version to believe. Well, work hard. Your grandmother is a heroine, and your parents are not bad either. I believe you will surpass them. Yang Hui encouraged. What about Grandpa? Navarainus asked in a low voice. It doesn't matter. As long as he's not dead. Oh. Then, Yang Hui came to SYNOPSIS again and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. It's all thanks to the Vice Admiral's good teaching. SYNOPSIS saluted solemnly. He was also a member of the astronaut brigade, but he was transferred from the astronaut brigade not long after he stayed there. Well, and you, Shanaluaya, you've worked hard. It's my job, and I also want to thank the Vice Admiral for treating my sister. You deserve it. Yang Hui also greeted everyone, not caring whether they knew each other or not. Although the current crew members of the Diva are a group of problem children, who hasn't been young? And it just so happens that most of the problem children are elite talents. Finally, Yang Hui came to Chio and touched his head. Chio has grown up. Long time no see, Grandpa Yang Hui. Well, I haven't seen you for 3 years. How are you? Are you used to it? Well, with Gundam here, I will definitely protect everyone and become the savior. It was precisely this sentence that poured a bucket of oil on the flames in Yang Hui's heart, and his anger swooshed. Really? Then do your best. Yang Hui didn't say much. Kyo didn't understand anything at all. The truth that defeating the enemy is killing people has been blinded by his longing for the savior. Now Yang Hui will not blame Kyo. After all, he is just a child. He will teach him slowly in the future. But this does not mean that Yang Hui will forgive the initiator of all this. Argues, I'll leave it to you next. No problem. Then Fleet. Well. Fleet swore that he had never been so afraid to hear his own name. Follow me. Okay. Fleet had no choice but to follow Yang Hui obediently and leave with Graham and Yulin. Arthur also chatted with his son briefly and followed. He couldn't miss the criticism meeting of his father anyway, and he had to follow Yang Hui and others and kick them hard. When they came to the lounge and locked the door, the expressions of Yang Hui and others changed immediately. Yulin, who had always maintained a gentle smile, looked at Fleet with a dangerous look. Fleet. Chio carries the blood of the Asuno family, and it is his mission to board the Gundam and fight vegan. Fleet intended to take the initiative and seize the initiative, but not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he was even more severely reprimanded. Bullshit mission. The Asuno family is so great. When has fighting vegan been your family's business? Yang Hui cursed. He's just a child. Even if the Gundam is so powerful, what's the use of having him? Graham agreed coldly. Flit, Chio is still young. When he grows up and the war is not over, if he chooses to fight again, we have no objection, but how old is he today? You'll let him go to the battlefield? Have you thought about Emily and Rosemary's feelings? Have you thought about Arthur's feelings? Yulin asked. Although her tone was very calm, the sense of oppression she exuded was no less than that of Yang Hui and Graham. That's right. Father, I am still here in the war, and there is also the Shinrun battalion, and all the comrades in the Federation Army. Why do you want to involve Chio in the war? Arthur asked dissatisfiedly. Isn't it because you are not good enough? Even if you are the successor of the Amanto battalion now, so what? Can you support the name of the Amanto battalion? And your combat command is still a mess. How can you become a savior like this? Shut up. Do you still have reason? Yang Hui interrupted Fleet's excuses and blame shifting with a stern shout. Well, I said you are old and confused, right? So many years have passed, don't you see clearly? What a bullshit savior. As long as the war can be won, every soldier of the Federation Army is a savior and a hero. Only you can do it? Only your Asuno family is amazing? The only person who can become the savior is Asuno. The situation was too critical at the time, and I didn't think of letting Chio drive the Gundam so early. Okay, stop making excuses, Fleet. After so many years, I will no longer comment on or deny your ideals and goals, but you also remember, don't impose your ideas on others. Yang Hui scolded. Well, I know. I'll go with Chio. You don't have to go. We'll take care of the kid. Your priority now is to get the Gundam Age 1 ready. Huh? Fleet looked at Yang Hui in confusion. Why? You can give orders to the war zone commander as a civilian, but you can't drive the Gundam back to the battlefield. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said unhappily, then left the lounge with Graham, Yuling and Arthur. Before the door closed, the complaints of several people also reached his ears. I really don't know what this brat is thinking. Why can't he let go of retirement? Because he's old. He doesn't seem to be older than us. Not only younger than us, there are a lot of people who are more than 10 years older than us. He's just a fool. I always feel that my father is more like a child as he gets older. Fleet heard this, and his heart was mixed. On the one hand, he was upset because of the complaints of Yang Hui and others, but on the other hand, he was looking forward to it. Because Yang Hui said that he should prepare age 1, wasn't it just to let him go to the battlefield again? At the same time, isn't it also for him to personally fulfill the dream that he once failed to fulfill? Age 1. Isn't it you, Yang Hui? After so many years, you haven't changed. Thinking so in his heart, Fleet's eyes, which were originally a little dim, glowed with sharpness again. The problem of Chio is not easy to deal with. Yulin sighed and said. Now is not the past. Although Yang Hui and the other two have withdrawn from the front line, the teaching brigade does not mean that they have more free time. On the contrary, there are not always difficult tasks that need to be carried out by the Heavenly Man brigade, so there's more free time, and they can often visit Yasum and Yunoa. And Fleet is often at home after retiring, so they only visit Chio occasionally. Unexpectedly, it was Fleet, whom they trusted, who stabbed them in the back. Let's talk first. If he really can't understand, let him leave the army. Yang Hui said. In his previous life, when he was watching anime, he hated the character of Chio very much. Whether it was in the early or late stages, all kinds of disobedience to orders and all kinds of tricky operations were difficult to understand. If you want to learn from Jishin to chop people with a stick without killing them, that's fine, but at least Jishin would leave it alone after breaking the enemy's head, and he could also help his comrades. But Chio was too much. He didn't allow his teammates to attack after chopping off their heads. As a result, when his teammates needed him, he was still on his way to save the enemy. What kind of thing is this? To put it bluntly, it's okay to betray the enemy. There's nothing wrong with being a saint. At most you will be disliked by others, but being a saintly bitch is something that deserves criticism. However, anime is anime, and reality is reality. Chio is his great-nephew, and he held him in his arms when he was a child, so it's impossible for him to leave him alone. So, everyone found Chio, and met another family member at the same time. Uncle Yang Hui. Uncle Graham. Aunt Yulin. I miss you so much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 189, Flashy? Go ask Vegan. Facing the figure rushing towards him, Yang Hui did not hesitate at all, and directly caught it in his arms, and even picked it up and turned it in place for a few circles before putting it down. Oh. My little cotton padded jacket has grown so big? Finally willing to see your uncle. Yang Hui rubbed Yunoya's head affectionately and said. Am I not busy? Yunoya hugged Yang Hui's arm and acted coquettishly. The last time Yunoya and Yang Hui met was when Chio was born. Yunoya has been insisting on medical assistance activities all over the world until not long ago when he joined the army and was assigned to the Song Girl. It's not that he didn't go home to visit during this period, but he missed Yang Hui and the others every time, so they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Chio and his girlfriend behind him were dumbfounded. In their eyes, he was gentle and mature, and took his work very seriously. But now he acted like a little girl and acted coquettishly, almost overturning all three views. Yes, you are busy, my Yunoya is the best. Yang Hui pinched Yunoya's face and said. I know that uncle loves me the most. Well, how is it? Have you adapted to the military life? I can adapt. When I went to the mountains with my team, it was really hard. Alice, you are sensible, much more sensible than your brother. Uncle, can you not let me hear you when you belittle me to praise Yunoya? Arthur, who was following behind, covered his face and was speechless. He felt like he was picked up in front of his sister since he was a child. Well? Do you have any objections? Yang Hui glanced at Arthur, and he immediately shrank his neck and dared not speak again. Yunoya smiled and stuck out her tongue at Arthur. Chio, come here. Letting go of Yang Hui, Yang Hui waved to Qiao. Seeing this, Qiao also obediently came to Yang Hui. Although he didn't know much about Yang Hui, his father and aunt had to be obedient in front of him, so he should be obedient too. Grandpa Yang Hui. You kid. Yang Hui glanced at Wen Li standing behind him with a half smile, secretly sighing that the Asuno family is really a family of the same bloodline, and the knowledge of cultivation is self-taught. Why do you want to drive the Gundam to the battlefield? Yang Hui asked Qiao. Because Grandpa said that I am also the blood of the Asuno family, and it is my mission to drive the Gundam and become the savior. For some reason, Yang Hui's performance was very kind, but Qiao felt a vague pressure on his shoulders. Mission. Savior. Do you know? Qiao, every Ms you destroy, every enemy, is a living life. You are killing people. Yang Hui's eyes were solemn and his tone was serious. Kill people. Qiao was startled, and suddenly felt his mind was empty and couldn't think of anything. That's right, you are killing people. No matter how glorious and legitimate your reasons and goals are, you can't cover up this fact. But, didn't Grandpa say, didn't he say, vegan is demons invading the earth? Have you seen vegan people? Have you talked to them? Do you know that they have their own families? Why did they invade the earth? I don't know, but it's true that they invaded the earth. I saw it with my own eyes, they did to the city. Qiao, you are still young and don't understand what fighting is, let alone what war is. I hope you can think this through before deciding whether to ride the Gundam. Yang Hui said earnestly. But vegan. Hearing this, not only Yang Hui laughed, but also Graham, Yolan, SM, and Yunoa behind him laughed. Little brat, your grandparents were Isolcanda's nightmare back then. We are not dead yet, so it is not your turn to carry the banner. With that, Yang Hui took Graham away. Yulan had the gentlest personality, so it was most appropriate for her to stay and have a good chat with Chio. And Arthur also had to chat with his son. As for the combat deployment, Yang Hui is back. Is there still a place for him in the Celestial Brigade? What's the situation? Yang Hui and Graham came to the command room and asked Aragurius. The latest intelligence from the intelligence department shows that Vegan's fleet has assembled, and the reconnaissance team has also found traces of Vegan. Aragurius projected the intelligence and reconnaissance results onto the big screen. I speculate that Vegan will launch an attack from both the ground and the universe. What about our arrangements? Yang Hui's qualifications and prestige qualified him to replace Aragurius as the commander-in-chief, but Yang Hui would not. Although the tone of communication did not show the respect of a subordinate to a superior, it was still the attitude of an elder to a younger generation. But he would never overstep his authority, let alone seize power, as this was his duty as a soldier. It's the same as before, free hunting. Argyris grinned and said. Although Argyris was different from Fleet, he had the same view on Yang Hui and the other two as Fleet. It was a waste of combat power to arrange them in any fixed front. Only by releasing their restraints could the role of hunters be fully brought into play. No problem. Yang Hui also smiled. This kind of work was his favorite. Knowing his mission, Yang Hui left directly, and the other arrangements were none of his business. Yang Hui and Graham went directly to the base of the Heavenly Man battalion, and prepared his and Graham's machines by hand, and at the same time. Well, Fleet, you said to put down your burden and retire, but I think your machine doesn't look like it. Yang Hui teased Fleet. I have nothing to do. Don't you often say that a machine is also the best companion? I have to take good care of my old friend. Fleet said proudly. You old man, let me see what you changed. Yang Hui cried and laughed and shook his head, took the pad and checked it. How is it? Tisk, you guy, no wonder you often run to my company. The data of Gundam Age 1 is amazing. It still looks plain and simple on the outside, but from the external armor to the internal frame, it has been upgraded. The materials and technologies of the armor and frame are all the latest generation. The energy system, radar search system, sensor system, etc. have also been upgraded. Apart from the shape and armament, Gundam Age 1 is no different from Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, and Luna Gundam. Humph. What do you think about the armament? Yang Hui asked Fleet. Gundam Age 1 is indeed well maintained and upgraded, but it can't be put into battle like this. Not to mention that Fleet is different from Yang Hui and Graham, his physical function must have declined. Besides, the form of war has changed. It is impossible to kill the enemy with a gun and a shield. I have asked the arsenal to work overtime, but I don't know if it can be made before the war. After saying that, Fleet showed his design to Yang Hui. Yang Hui took a look and was surprised. Is this the amazing correction force? Unexpectedly, after Fleet had seen so many different kinds of armed weapons designed by Yang Hui, he still chose the glorious type without any changes. I am not like you. I don't pursue gorgeousness, but practicality. Fleet guessed Yang Hui's thoughts and said unhappily. Haha, if it is practical or not, you can ask vegan. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and sneered twice. Huh? Okay, your design is fine, and I won't interrupt. Where's Yulin? Fleet, who was debugging the OS, operating system, English, operating system, abbreviation, OS, suddenly asked after a long silence. I was with Chio. I'm sorry. I don't need your apology. You should apologize to Arthur and Rosemary. Well, let me make a deal with you first, Fleet. If Chio chooses to go to the battlefield, I won't object. But if he does anything unbecoming of a soldier, I will cut down the Gundam H3 and send him back home. I see. Let's not talk about it anymore. You should adjust your machine well, or I won't have to visit your grave later. Get lost. I won't die even if you die. Hey. You dare to talk to your brother like that? Have you become more capable? You heard wrong. On the sea, Vegan's fleet was heading towards Lost Lowland, and one of the ships, a bright red Pheasas, was particularly dazzling. Is the location of Lost Lowland really that easy to get? Gerhardt asked in confusion, and the sound of his fingers tapping on the table echoed in the room. Beep beep. Come in. Long time no see, Master Gerhardt. Gerhardt was in a complicated mood because the invasion plan of Libanus failed because of the new Gundam, but when he saw the newcomers, a happy smile appeared on his face. Affe, Dieter, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The newcomers were the 3 guards who survived the invasion of Nordrum 24 years ago. Like Gerhardt, they were taken back to Vegan not long after sneaking into the Earth and entered the cryostat to sleep, so they still looked so young. I am very sorry, Master Gerhardt, the awakening procedure was delayed, and I came to see you after my body functions were restored. No problem, it's best that you can come. Who is she? Gerhardt saw the petite girl behind the 3 people. Nice to meet you, Master Gerhardt, I am Framnura, Master Zanid ordered me to be your adjutant. The girl introduced herself. Zanid. Hearing this, Gerhardt grinned coldly. Would someone who had always been at odds with him be kind enough to arrange a beautiful adjutant for him? Go back and tell Zanid that I don't need an adjutant. Dor and the others are enough. Lord Gerhardt. Gerhardt was interrupted by Darfist before he finished speaking. He lowered his head and begged, I'm really sorry, Lord Gerhardt, Fram is my sister. Lord Gerhardt, please let her stay by your side to take care of you. Chapter 190 The conspiracy is seen through. Gerhardt was surprised. He did not expect that Framnura, who was sent by Zanid to monitor him, would be Dorfist's sister. So, did Zanid know about this? And Dor's position, Framnura's position. Please rest assured, Lord Gerhardt, I am still loyal to Lord Gerhardt and will never betray you. Dorfist saw a trace of doubt in Gerhardt's eyes and hurriedly explained. Dor, you should know that the relationship between Zanid and me is not harmonious. Yes, Zanid did send Fram to monitor Lord Gerhardt, but Zanid did not know that Fram has always supported you. Did you? Gerhardt looked at Framnura and asked calmly. Gerhardt had to confirm Framnura's answer personally. Although he trusted Darfist and the Royal Guards, he did not feel any loyalty or recognition from Framnura. If Framnura answered truthfully according to her heart, Gerhardt would not embarrass her, but if she obeyed against her will and continued what Darfist said, then this person could not stay. I will judge whether you are worthy of following based on Lord Gerhardt's actions. Framnura said. Fram. You. Dorfist was shocked when he heard this and was about to scold him, but was interrupted by Gerhardt. Well, I know, then use your eyes to take a good look. Lord Gerhardt. It doesn't matter, she just said what was in her heart. Gerhardt was very satisfied with Framnura's answer. Even if she was Dorfist's sister, if she could be loyal to Gerhardt's ideas just by her brother's words, even if she was credible, it would be useless. Observe with your own eyes and judge with your own heart what is right and what is wrong. This is the potential that excellent subordinates need to have. From now on, you will be my adjutant, Fram. Only by staying by my side can you have the best opportunity to observe me. Yes, Lord Gerhard. Lord Gerhard, as for Xanad. Dorfrist asked. Just report my itinerary to him truthfully. Gerhard said. At this point, there are many things that no longer need to be concealed. He has already won over a strong force. At the same time, he felt that Isolkanda should have known that the two of them did not agree with each other, but did not directly send troops to suppress him. Although he did not know what Isolkanda was thinking, if he did not take action, he would have more opportunities to strengthen himself. As for Xanad, who is ruthless and will do anything to achieve his goals, there is no place for him, whether it is the Eden that Isolkanda dreams of or the future that Gerhard is fighting for. I understand. Although Framnura is still observing Gerhard, there is no result yet, so she will execute his orders. Well, Xanad is not a concern. What we really need to pay attention to is them. 4 screens unfolded in the dim office. It's them. Seeing the Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam in the video, they were first horrified, then hatred. According to the data, these 2 machines are the Dawn Gundam of the Judgment Angel, and the Luna Gundam of the Moon Angel, right? I didn't expect that the Federation's 3 Archangels are already old, and 2 of them will return to the battlefield. Wrong, not 2, but 3. 3. X4 This machine is the Battle Angel, Graham Aka. Gerhardt pointed at the greatly changed Flag Gundam and said. What? Such a big change? Has the Gundam evolved again? Damn death. The 3 guards looked very ugly. They had all experienced the difficulty of Gundam personally. The original Flag Gundam had already made them unable to resist, and now it has evolved again, making them wonder how to avenge their brothers and sisters who died that year. Although Yang Hui and Yulin's Gundams don't seem to have changed much, the Scientific Research and Intelligence Departments have analyzed the records sent back from Levi City and found that these 2 Gundams have definitely changed a lot, and there is. As Gerhard explained, the 4 people's eyes were fixed on the Gundam they had never seen before. This is a brand new Gundam, completely different from Fleet Asuno's Age 1 and Asem's Age 2. Gundam. Ever since the word Gundam appeared, it was like the god of nightmare had imposed divine punishment on Vegan, and the endless nightmare would never go away. Beep beep beep. It's me. Master Gerhard, Master Xanad sent a communication request. Take it. As he spoke, Gerhard waved his hand to the 3 guards, asking them to hide in the shadows, leaving Framnura alone to accompany him. Yes. The 6th communication was interrupted, and Xanad, a burly man with a fierce look, appeared. Gerhard. Xanad, what's the matter? I'm just reminding you that a battle to siege Lost Laulan is about to begin. You've already failed once, so you must not allow yourself to fail this time. Xanad, if I remember correctly, I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Invasion. You have no right or qualification to talk to me like this. Gerhard counterattacked calmly. Humph. You little brat, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're favored by Lord Isolkanda. If you have any objections, you can go and tell Lord Isolkanda. Before Lord Isolkanda removes my position, I'm the Commander-in-Chief. You. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'll keep an eye on you, huh? Xanad was so angry and helpless by Gerhard's retort that he hung up the phone. Lord Gerhard, it seems that Xanad has noticed our actions. Dalfrist said as he walked out of the shadows. Well, I know, but it doesn't matter. As long as we don't openly fall out with Lord Isolkanda, we just need to follow the original steps. Yes. X4 What we should focus on now is the invasion of Lost Laulan. As he said this, Gerhard called up the intelligence about Lost Laulan and the results of the reconnaissance troops sent out. As he looked at it, his brows gradually frowned. It feels wrong. What's wrong? Lord Gerhard. Framnura asked. It's very strange, it shouldn't be. Gerhard carefully analyzed the intelligence and the results of the investigation. The inexplicable sense of disobedience in his heart became stronger and stronger, but there was a layer of gauze between him and he couldn't see the problem. Including Framnura, everyone present fell silent and didn't dare to disturb Gerhard's thinking. The commander of the Federation, the returning Mr. Yang Hui. Mr. Yang Hui. That's right. I know what's wrong. Gerhard marked all the points he cared about in the holographic image. These are. The 4 people were puzzled and couldn't see anything. This is the result of the reconnaissance team. It is the defense force currently deployed by Lost Laulan. Take a closer look. What problems can you find? Gerhard did not directly announce the answer, but asked the 4 people instead. He did not need subordinates who would only obey orders. What he needed were subordinates who could think for themselves, make suggestions for him, plan together, and check for loopholes for him. The 4 people carefully looked at these signs, trying to find some clues, but Orfrist and the other 2 could not see anything unusual for a long time, but only Framnura saw the problem. I know. Tell me about it. These defense forces are scattered and look completely unprepared, but if you look closely, you can find that the distance between them is very uniform. If what? Gerhardt raised his mouth and asked. If these defense forces are baits thrown by the Federal Army, and the enemy has been ambushed around them, then. As he spoke, Framnura marked a few more places around the signs. At this point, the 3 members of the Royal Guards understood what was going on, and their faces changed drastically. Damn the Federation Army. So insidious. But, is this possible? Shouldn't it be a coincidence? If one person is not overlooked, it is very likely not a coincidence. Gerhardt said. Who? Mr. Yang Hui. It's him. The 3 members of the Royal Guards were shocked, but immediately felt that it made sense. Only Framnura, who was not very familiar with Yang Hui, was not convinced. Is that man really that powerful? Isn't he a very strong pilot? There are only 3 old men including him. You probably don't know much about Mr. Yang Hui, right? Gerhardt asked her. I'm very sorry, Lord Gerhardt. Framnura did not know much about Yang Hui's information. She only looked up the amazing record he led the Heavenly Man Brigade to win, and she also knew that he was an outstanding researcher. But she did not conduct in-depth research, especially other information. Do you know the intelligence of Fleet Tsuno, the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Federation Army? Yes, he was one of the former ace pilots of the Federation Army and a master of tactics. The current Admiral of the Federation Army is his disciple. Mr. Yang Hui is both a brother and a teacher to Fleet Tsuno. Including tactical command, there have been rumors within the Federation that if Mr. Yang Hui had not deliberately given in, Fleet Tsuno would not have been the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army. That's actually the case. Framnura was completely shocked. She didn't expect there was such a secret. But suddenly, she discovered a problem. Lord Gerhardt, you seem to respect that Yang Hui a lot. Framnura asked with some caution. Gerhardt smiled mysteriously and told Framnura about his past relationship with Yang Hui. Chapter 191 The Old Man's Childishness. So there is such a connection. Framnura was incredulous after hearing this. Gerhardt actually had such a relationship with Yang Hui. Although Gerhardt did not explain it clearly, Framnura could hear the key point, that is, the reason why Gerhardt had the current change was because of his contact with Yang Hui. It can even be said that Yang Hui deliberately led Gerhardt to this path. Framnura was a little puzzled. Logically, Gerhardt was vegan, an enemy of Yang Hui. Even if he was optimistic about him, he should be persuaded to defect. If he failed to defect, he should be eliminated immediately. Why let him grow? It was as if he was deliberately cultivating him. Master Gerhardt. I know what you want to ask, Fram. I don't understand why Mr. Yang Hui did this, but I can't get the answer. Since I can't get the answer, I can only focus on the present. If we achieve our ideals, maybe, the answer will be in front of us. Gerhardt said. Yes, I know. Framnura nodded in approval. Although she didn't approve of Gerhardt yet, she was more curious about him, and also curious about Yang Hui and his purpose. Lord Gerhardt, what should we do now? Should we contact Xanad? Order our fleet to slow down and let Xanad's fleet explore the way for us. Gerhardt ordered. Yes. They didn't like to pit their compatriots and cause internal strife, but they were not naive people. Xanad and his men were not on the same side as them. Even if they were at peace now, a life and death battle would break out at that time. Switching to the other side, Lost Lalin had also completed the final defense deployment to ensure that they could put vegan in their pockets as soon as they invaded. Now they were making the final check for loopholes. Well, Argyris looked at his deployment and felt that it was already quite perfect, but he didn't know whether it was obsessive-compulsive disorder or paranoia, and he always felt that there were still some flaws in his deployment. Go and ask the Lieutenant General and the old commander to come over. Argyris ordered. Yes. After a while, Yang Hui and Fleet came to the headquarters side by side. What's the matter? Fleet asked directly. Lieutenant General, old commander, you are here. I have completed the battle deployment, But I always feel that something is missing, so I would like to ask you two to come and help me. Arguris asked respectfully. I have retired. As an ordinary person, I am not qualified to instruct you. Just do it according to your own ideas. After saying that, Fleet turned around and left without waiting for Arguris' response. However, when he turned around, he secretly glanced at the strategic deployment, and this action was discovered by Yang Hui. This old guy was just being arrogant. Arguris was his proud disciple who was brought up by him. He believed in his ability very much. Moreover, he glanced at him worriedly at the end and found no problems, so naturally he would not say anything. Seeing this, Yang Hui shrugged at Arguris and did not explain anything for Fleet. The master and the apprentice still had a good understanding. But, hey, it's still a bit hot in Lost Lowland. Let's find a chance to go to the river and play in the water. To other people, this sentence was just a naughty old man with a childlike heart, but to Arguris, it was completely different. Lieutenant General is really. Arguris was suddenly teased by Yang Hui, and he shook his head with a wry smile, but a flash of light flashed in his mind, and his movements and expressions froze. In the river. Play in the water. Call up the water flow map around Lost Lowland, including the underground river. Yes. Although everyone didn't know what happened, they still did it. The water flow map was overlaid on the holographic map, and Arguris was surprised. He finally knew what he had missed. Notify the garrison inside the base to guard here, here, and here. Yes. The locations pointed out by Arguris were all close to the edge of the underground river, which was very easy to be invaded by the enemy from the water. The Vice Admiral is really good. He can even think of places that are invisible to the eyes. It's a pity. Arguris felt it was a pity, because the Federation Army did not have a dedicated underwater MIS at present. Otherwise, they could directly set up an ambush in the river and prevent Vegan from even invading the base. Not only Arguris understood Yang Hui's last words, but Fleet also understood them. He glanced at Yang Hui with a rather unhappy look, just like a child who lost her bet and refused to admit defeat. I say, old boy, how old are you? Yang Hui slapped him on the back and cursed. Humph. You, I really don't know what you are fighting for. Don't forget that I am your brother. I just don't believe it. I can't beat you. You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Your brother will always be your brother. Yang Hui said proudly. At least there is one thing you can't beat me. Is that so? Of course. I have grandchildren, and you have nothing. Yang Hui, my fist is hard, and I really want to hit someone. Is it because I can do it? Well, it really can't work. After joining Promise Fortress, his body will change, and giving birth will become extremely difficult. Moreover, he dare not have children now. The responsibility is too great, and he has no time to take care of the children. Promise Fortress is just starting now, and there is no environment for children to grow up healthily. Facing Yang Hui's helpless expression of wanting to kill people, but not being able to, Fleet laughed heartily. Fleet, did you forget something? Yang Hui asked with a frown. What? Faced with a weird and dangerous smile, Fleet couldn't help but tremble and retreat. You can't beat me. Wait? No. One day later, after Arguris filled the last gap in the deployment, the bright and clean sky was polluted by fire. A large number of vegans, led by the blue flagship, broke through the atmosphere and fell from the sky, aiming directly at Lost Lowland. HMPH. They are really despicable earthlings, all of them are trash. Seeing that Lost Lowland's defenses were very simple, the garrison troops rushed out in a panic to resist, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, which was ridiculous. Where is Gerhard's fleet? Zanet asked. It is expected to arrive at a battlefield in 10 minutes. HMPH. A young boy, you dare to delay the opportunity, you are really not worthy of being used. Forget it, my fleet can capture Lost Lowland, the whole army will attack. I want to capture Lost Lowland before Gerhard joins the battle. The adjutant hesitated. Lost Lowland is the largest and most tightly guarded base of the Federation Army. With only their fleet. Even if they can capture it, they will suffer heavy losses and will not be able to compete with Gerhard's fleet. What? You want to disobey orders? Zanet's eyes burst into cold light, which frightened the adjutant trembling. He is a tyrant and will not tolerate his subordinates talking nonsense. I will pass the order immediately. The adjutant quickly passed the order down, but his mind was very active. Zanet. It seems I have to leave a way out for myself. Xanad's fleet descended from Earth orbit. Under Xanad's command, there was no effective battle line arrangement at all, and no problem was found. The whole army attacked directly, and rushed towards Lost Lalan like a swarm of locusts. The scattered garrison troops faced a fierce attack of Vegan and could only hastily retreat. Seeing this, Vegan's landing troops naturally pursued the victory and pursued them fiercely, but they didn't know that they had fallen into a deadly trap. Admiral, 73% of the enemy troops have entered the ambush circle. Okay. Notify the whole army. The Abyss Mouth operation begins. Yes. Ha ha. The Earthlings are all trash. Go to hell. Give Eden back to us. You don't deserve to own the Earth. Give me. Beep beep beep. Just when the vegan army was triumphant, the alarm sounded suddenly. When they were about to figure out what happened, they were pierced by the deadly beam in the reinforced. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded one after another, fireworks bloomed one after another, and the Federation's MIS appeared like mushrooms after rain in directions they would never expect. The dense red marks on the enemy detection system protected them tightly. How is it possible? Where did the Earthlings come from? Damn, we are surrounded. This is a trap. The vegan army's fierce offensive was cut off with a single blow, and the surging torrent seemed to hide an invisible wall, and the momentum suddenly stopped, showing a trend of defeat. Despicable Earthlings. Where did so many enemy troops come from? Xander asked viciously. I don't know, they just appeared out of thin air. Master Xander. The reserve troops will attack immediately. The front line troops will slowly retreat and reorganize the battle line. Yes. With a command and order, Vegan was no longer a headless fly. It quickly stabilized its position in the encirclement, fighting and retreating, and if there was spare energy, it would also cover the surrounding friendly troops. The scattered MIS tried their best to merge into the main force to form a front line. Although the surprise attack had turned into an encounter, and they had lost their first-hand advantage, they had at least managed to stabilize their position and organized a total defeat. Of course, it should have been like this, but what they didn't expect was that the death trap for them was not just this. Gerald, Reyna, it's time for us to appear. Understood, we've been waiting for a long time. Got it, but Captain, you can't rush so fast this time. Oh, I know. Gundam Age 2, Barrett Hunter, attack. G-Titan, Flying Type, attack. X2. The Heavenly Man battalion appeared, like a sharp blade cutting the newly established front like a piece of meat pie. Although Yang Hui and the other two were gone, the Heavenly Man battalion was still the benchmark of the Earth Federation Army. After seeing the Heavenly Man battalion appear, the morale of the Federation Army, which was already determined, was like a spark falling into a haystack. A monstrous disaster was ignited at the touch of a button, and the fire of the prairie devoured the confidence that Vegan had built up with great difficulty. Chapter 192 Vegan's Conspiracy, Reciprocity. Admiral, the Celestial Being Battalion has joined the battlefield, and the Vegan line has collapsed again. Very good, order the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th MIS battalions to advance steadily. They must consolidate the encirclement and eat all these vegans. Yes. The 11th, 15th, and 32nd Aviation Battalions attack and surround the vegan fleet. Yes. Admiral, new enemy forces have appeared in the direction of M79. Are they finally here? The 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th MIS battalions will cooperate with the base's defensive firepower to stop them. We must not let them interfere with the battle on the other side. Yes. Arguri's eyes were fixed on the vegan fleet attacking from the sea, and the red flagship. That was the young man that Yang Hui had reminded him of. Joining the battle so late, it seems that you have seen through our arrangement. It's really amazing, but you still lost. The smile on Arguris's mouth became more and more intense. The other party thought he had seen through his arrangement, but he didn't know. As early as when Yang Hui reminded Arguris, he had made 2 preparations, and their target was not the remaining vegan fleet on Earth from the beginning, so, where there are people, there will be fighting. Haha, the Vice Admiral is worthy of being a Vice Admiral. Arguris really admired Yang Hui very much. He and his teacher fleet's tactical command were indeed worthy of the pride, but in terms of controlling people's hearts and human nature, they were not as good as Yang Hui. Admiral, the Vice Admiral sent a message, asking when to attack. Order the 3 Vice Admirals to rest for a while. Since it is the trump card, it must be revealed at the end. Yes. As soon as Gerhardt's fleet landed, it encountered strong resistance from the Federal Army. Although the front line advanced little by little under the cover of the warships, it was difficult to move forward. Although the warships in the air were providing fire protection for the ground forces, under the leadership of Yang Hui, the major bases of the Federation Army had already undergone technological innovations, and the defensive firepower of the bases was no longer comparable to that of a few crude anti-aircraft artillery. Under the threat of the high-output beam cannon, Fascists only dared to wander outside the range and did not dare to approach easily. If it were not for the limited finances and time limit that made it impossible to deploy global control, the large-scale invasion launched by Vegan would not have been successful. After arranging everything as the commander, Gerhardt led the commandos into the water and headed towards the dark river around Lost Lowland. The fleet above was just a bait, to steadily attract the attention of the Federation Army. It did not seek to break through the defense line of the Federation Army. As long as it could delay them, it would be a great achievement. If the loss was too great, they could retreat first. As for the commandos, they did not bring any of the guards. Because the cockpit of the Urazo R, driven by Gerhardt, also displayed the situation of the entire battle. Haven't they appeared yet? Gerhardt was referring to Yang Hui and his three companions. He knew Yang Hui very well and knew that he would never do anything impulsively because of his impulsiveness. So since he chose to drive the Gundam back to the front line, he would definitely not be as old and decayed as others imagined. In this way, Gerhardt would still regard Yang Hui and his three companions as the biggest threat and would never underestimate them. That was why Gerhardt refused to follow the three members of the personal guard and Framnera and led the team to sneak into Lost Lowland alone. When necessary, he would rely on them to delay Yang Hui and his three companions in a short period of time to buy time for his actions. Master Gerhardt, we are about to reach the target location. Okay, all teams disperse and act according to the plan. Yes. The XN infiltration team dispersed into several teams and began to drill through the wall. It was easy to break through the wall, but the infiltration suffered a huge blow at the beginning. This feeling. Disperse. The moment Urazo R was about to emerge, the X-Rounder received a threat of death and immediately retracted its head. The next second, countless beams bombarded the water surface, splashing countless water and filling the air with steam. At the same time, several floating Urazo were pierced by beams and exploded in the first place before they could execute Gerhardt's order. Under the cover of steam and smoke, Urazo R avoided all fire blockades and jumped onto the shore. A pair of sharp claws chopped horizontally and vertically, tearing several ADL into pieces. The abdominal beam cannon opened fire, and the dazzling beam pierced through three ADL at the same time. At the same time, missiles were launched and swept around. Now, Urazo R opened the way for the advance, and the remaining Urazo of the commando team jumped out of the water one after another, landed on land, and began to slaughter the Federal defenders wantonly. At the beginning, relying on the performance of the machine and the cover of steam, it caught the Federal Army off guard. However, Argyries had too many garrisons around them. After exiting the steam range, they quickly stabilized the front line and made it airtight, preventing the commandos led by Gerhardt from making any progress. Damn the Federation Army, they actually deployed so many garrisons inside the base, than outside. No, the Federation Army doesn't have so many troops, so they have been waiting for us here for a long time. All aircraft, execute the plan. Yes. XN the aircraft knew that the current situation was critical and immediately executed Gerhardt's order. As long as the aircraft was hit, it would immediately fall to the ground, and the pilot would leave the cockpit and jump into the water to evacuate. Gerhardt also found an opportunity to retreat in the Urazo R. Although the plan was not fully implemented, this was the only solution and he could only leave temporarily. We can only pray that they won't be discovered. Admiral, the commandos that invaded Lost Lowland have retreated. Admiral, the entire Vegan army is in retreat. Admiral, the entire Vegan army has begun to retreat. Retreat? Now. Argyries felt very strange. The result of Vegan being annihilated was an inevitable result, and timely retreat to stop the loss was also certain, as long as the commander of Vegan had a clear mind. But it won't be now. After all, Vegan's resistance is still fierce, but now it has suddenly changed like a 180-degree turn. There must be some conspiracy. What exactly is it? Argyries' eyes were fixed on the map, and sweat had already flowed from his forehead. If he couldn't detect the enemy's conspiracy in time, then all the people in Lost Laulan would die in his mistakes. What exactly is it? Admiral, what happened? Report directly. What should we do? The adjutant asked in fear. For the first time, Arugaris, who had always maintained the demeanor of a nobleman, showed such a terrible expression. Order the 3 lieutenant generals to attack immediately. Free hunting. Leave as many enemy troops as possible. Yes. Then what's next? Arugaris vented for a while, and the anxiety in his heart was released, and he quickly calmed down. The old commander taught me that if you can't find the problem, think about the enemy's goal. Vegan's goal must be to occupy Lost Laulan and eliminate the last counter-attack force of the Federal Army. If it can't be done, destroy Lost Laulan. Then, thinking of this, Arugaris's chaotic thoughts became clear in an instant, and his eyes no longer scanned the map aimlessly, but searched for the desired target in a targeted manner. Finally, immediately send someone to check the wreckage of the vegan rangers, immediately. Right now. Yes. The entire Lost Laulan immediately started to operate at high speed. The engineers went to explore the wreckage of the rangers at the fastest speed. As expected, they found terrible things in the bodies of several plasma bombs. They actually did this. After hearing the report, Arugaris' back was instantly wet with sweat. Quickly defuse all plasma bombs. Admiral, it's too late. There are only 5 minutes left on the plasma bomb timer. It will take half an hour to defuse all the bombs. Too late to defuse. Arugaris' brain turned quickly, thinking about how to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Connect with Lieutenant General. In less than a second, the communication with Yang Hui was connected. Admiral Arugaris, what are your instructions? Lieutenant General, Vegan's commando team sneaked into the base. Although they were repelled, the wreckage left behind carried a lot of plasma bombs. Now it's too late to disarm them all. I hope the 3 lieutenants can return these bombs to Vegan. When saying this, Arugaris himself didn't realize that his smile was very excited, and mixed with cruelty. Yang Hui was silent. The next second, his smile became more cruel than Arugaris's, guaranteed to complete the mission. The 3 Gundams that had just rushed out of the battle circle immediately withdrew from the battle circle and returned to Lost Laulan, and immediately received the plasma bombs that were transported out. Good stuff, Graham. Yolan, how about going crazy? Yang Hui asked the 2. Of course, don't you always say that we should reciprocate? You can't leave me behind for such an interesting thing. Yes. Okay. Let's go. The Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam took the lead with all the plasma bombs, rushed out of Lost Laulan, and turned into meteors to fly towards the retreating vegan troops. The Luna Gundam set up a beam sniper rifle on the ground, ready to go. Graham, let's see who can throw farther and more accurately. Come on. Are you afraid of you? Then come on. As soon as the voice fell, the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam threw all the plasma bombs towards the vegan fleet, drawing a beautiful parabola and falling into the vegan troops. Fireworks! Yang Hui shouted excitedly while retreating rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Several pink beams of light streaked through the sky, bypassed the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam, and landed on the flying plasma bombs. Chapter 193, Another Unresolved Grudge. Xanator, in the flagship, saw the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam rushing into the line of their own Ms troops again, and planned to give up retreating and keep them. But after they rushed into the line, they did not hunt recklessly like they did just now. They threw away some things and retreated, which made Xanator unable to react for a while. But soon. Master Xanator. It's a plasma bomb. What? Xanator's pupils shrank, and sweat immediately wet his back when he saw the magnified image on the bridge screen. Retreat at full speed. The entire ship began to turn, and the Ms troops also scattered like crazy, escaping the explosion range of the plasma bomb, but just after making a move. The pink beam found a path from the chaotic gap, penetrated the formation and hit the particle bomb in the air. Boom boom boom. The plasma storm and flames broke out in an instant, the dazzling eyes made everyone temporarily blind, and the deafening explosion also made people deaf for a while. The sky and the earth were painted with light, and the world fell silent in an instant. When the light faded and the ears received the sound again, both the Federal Army and Vegan were stunned. because the vegan fleet that retreated like a tide was almost wiped out, and only a few big cats and small cats escaped. Oh. The lieutenant general is mighty. Kill. Leave all the damn vegan here. The whole army will chase and kill them. Drive the vegan out completely. Argyris's order came, like a bucket of kerosene poured into a raging fire, and the high morale fire turned into an erupting volcano, unstoppable and indestructible. In contrast, vegan naturally fell to the bottom. Retreat. 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 Xanard no longer had any arrogance and tyranny at this time. The explosion of the plasma bomb not only devoured 90% of the troops, but also devoured his spirit and reason. Regardless of whether the scene just now could be reproduced, he was afraid that the plasma bomb would fall on him, and now he was thinking about escaping from this hell. Lord Xanard, the Federation army is coming. Our Miss troops are entangled. Contact Jethert, let him come to help. Quick. Yes, yes. Xanard had already planned to abandon the Miss troops. He didn't care about his subordinates. The reason why he asked Jethert to help them was because the remaining Miss couldn't stop the pursuit of the Federation army for even a second. After the Miss troops were completely destroyed, it would be his turn. The Jethert fleet on the other side was completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that their secret plan would be used by the other side to destroy a large number of friendly troops. Damn it. Jethert saw this scene and hit the operating table hard. His lips were already bitten. He still underestimated the Federation army. He didn't expect that they would find the plasma bomb hidden in the body so quickly and even turn it against him. Jethert certainly knew how bold this plan was, and the conditions were extremely restrictive. First, there must be ace pilots like Yang Hui and Graham who can break into the enemy line alone and retreat unscathed. Second, the timing is very important. If you throw it too early, it won't cause much damage. If you throw it too late, it will explode. Third, it can be regarded as a supplement to the previous point. Yulin, the unique super sniper, can accurately hit the plasma bomb mixed in the Miss group in such a chaotic situation. Gerhardt can't find another person who can do it. Fourth, is trust. Without absolute trust, Algilis would not have decided to let Yang Hui and Graham perform this task, and Yang Hui and Graham would not have accepted this task. Master Gerhardt. Dalfrist and the other two received a communication. All troops to support the Xanad fleet. Yes. After hanging up the communication, Gerhardt drove the Urazo R back to the flagship at a high speed. Urazo R is a special underwater machine, and its performance does not meet his requirements. He needs to replace the machine. However, Jiriga had just attacked not far away, and the Gundam H-2 fell from the sky and blocked it. I found you. Gerhardt. Although Gerhardt had replaced his new machine, SM knew that on the battlefield, the red-painted warship must be Gerhardt's warship, and the red-painted machine must be driven by Gerhardt. Gundam H-2? SM. The Gundam H-2 transformed into a Miss form while flying at high speed, and two beam swords crossed and slashed. Jiriga was not to be outdone, and split the Jiriga spear into two, turning it into two short spears to meet it. For a moment, the two speeding machines collided with each other, and their speed suddenly dropped to zero. I've been looking for you for a long time, Gerhardt. Are you going to hinder me again, SM? Of course. I'm a Federation soldier. This time I will definitely shoot you down. X2 under the obstruction of the Gundam H-2, Jiriga had no way to get away and go to meet the retreating Xanad fleet. So the Gundam H-2 must be shot down, whether for the overall situation or personal grudges. Lord Gerhardt. The three of Darfrist wanted to join the battle immediately and cooperate with Gerhardt to besiege the Gundam H-2. In the minds of the three of Darfrist, Gerhardt's safety was the most important thing, and Xanad was originally a stumbling block on their way forward. It was good enough not to add insult to injury, let alone save him. But they wanted to join, but someone disagreed. Just as the three, Jillsbean, the mass-produced version of Jedra, were about to move, several pink beams forced them to stop in place. Oh, I can't let you disturb the captain's private grudge time. There is a willful captain who is helpless. I will teach him a lesson later. Gerard and Reyna arrived in time and blocked the three guards. Damn it. Just an earthling. Get out of my way. The three guards were furious and drove their machines to fight with the 2G Titans. Comparing the abilities of the 5X rounders, the 5 were almost the same, and the tacit understanding between the three guards who grew up together was no less than the close cooperation of a couple. But it was only a slight advantage, and it was impossible to win quickly. For a while, the two regiments fought in full swing, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Lord Gerhardt, brother Framnera, who was in charge of temporary command on the bridge, was also very anxious. The Lost Lowland raid had failed, and Vegan had been completely defeated. Now it was necessary to ensure that more friendly forces could retreat safely. But Gerhardt and the three guards, who were currently the strongest combat forces, were being held back by the enemy and could not be separated. The strongest combat force on the opposite side was eating like a lion pouncing on a flock of sheep, and the friendly signs were rapidly decreasing at an unacceptable speed. Send out all the reserves. The fleet will retreat slowly, and after the remaining fleet of Xanad joins, it will withdraw to the occupied area in North Africa at full speed. Framnera ordered. But Lord Gerhardt and the others. Pass my order to Lord Gerhardt at the same time. I believe Lord Gerhardt will choose the time and retreat at the right time. Yes. Framnera was relieved to see that her order had been conveyed. Although she had Gerhardt's support, she was only Gerhardt's adjutant and had no qualifications to command the fleet. Fortunately, no one questioned her authority in a hurry. This was also the best solution she could think of at the moment. Instead of mobilizing a large force to support Gerhardt and the other four to escape, it would be better to let Gerhardt and the others hold back the opponent's high-end combat power and send more manpower to rescue friendly forces. Her idea was simple. If she could save one person, she would save one person. They were all vegan compatriots. In the future, no matter whether she chose Gerhardt or Isolkanda, her compatriots would be a force to achieve the ultimate goal. With the unremitting support of the Gerhardt fleet, the remnants of the Xanad fleet gradually joined the friendly forces. Xanad also contacted Framnera as soon as possible. Lord Xanad, thank you for being safe. Stop talking nonsense. Retreat. But Lord Gerhardt and the others. Let them cover the rear, we retreat first. For Lord Isolkanda's ambition, it is worth dying. But. Shut up. Follow orders. Don't forget your identity, Framnera. After saying that, without giving Framnera a chance to continue to refute, the communication was directly hung up. At the moment the communication was hung up, Framnera felt that everyone on the bridge was staring at her with ill intentions, and someone's hand had touched the handle of the gun. Calm down. I will not give up Lord Gerhardt. Let the friendly fleet retreat first. Notify Lord Gerhardt, we are waiting for them to retreat together. Framnera said hurriedly. She knew very well that the entire Gerhardt fleet was loyal to Gerhardt. Once she followed Xanad's order, the people present would definitely deprive her of her right to act, or even shoot her on the spot. No one responded to Framnera. In their opinion, this person was no longer worthy of their trust. But the message should still be delivered to Gerhardt. Jiriga swept the tail blade, repelling the Gundam H-2, and the chest beam destroyer swept across, dividing the battlefield. Alpha, Dieter, we retreat. Yes. The 4X3 machines merged and evacuated without hesitation. Seeing this, Arthur immediately wanted to lead his men to chase after them and end the decades of grievances here. But at this time, an order from the headquarters came. The whole army stops chasing. Repeat once again, the whole army stops chasing. Damn, at this time, Arthur was unwilling and watched Gerhardt escape again. But he is not a child now, and he will not disobey military orders because of impulse. And, okay, Captain, anyway, we have won. There is no need to continue chasing. That's right, Captain, please look around. Under the persuasion of the two, Arthur's unwilling mood calmed down. Looking around the entire battlefield, countless beams shot into the sky, and the communication channel was filled with chaotic and noisy cheers. Chapter 194, Abdication. Yang Hui and the other two also stopped the pursuit after receiving the order. No, it should be said that after presenting a grand fireworks show to the Vegan fleet, they did not pursue Vegan seriously. Otherwise, the remaining fleet of Xanad would not have had the opportunity to reunite with the Gerhardt fleet. After returning to Lost Lowland, the three went directly to the headquarters and reunited with Argyris. On the way, they also met the indignant Arthur. Uncle, did you release it to the sea? Arthur asked directly. Oh? You can see this? You have improved a bit. Why? Arthur asked. He is definitely one of the people who knows the strength of Yang Hui and the other two the best. Although the Earth's environment has some restrictions on the strength of Yang Hui and Yulin, if they are serious, the Xanad fleet will not have the chance to retreat. It is not a problem to entangle the Jehurt fleet and cooperate with the army to wipe it out in one fell swoop. If you are stupid, ask less and do more. You have to learn this from Gerald. Yang Hui teased. Gerald and Reina were also among the group, but neither of them directly expressed their doubts. Thanks for the compliment, Lieutenant General. Wait? Lieutenant General, are you saying I'm stupid? Gerard was originally complacent, but soon found something wrong. Well, it seems I'm not that stupid. No. Lieutenant General, I admit that I can't think of a reason for you to do this, but I absolutely trust you. So I didn't ask, but didn't Reina ask either? Why didn't you say her? Gerard said aggrievedly. Because she is smarter than you. Yang Hui smiled and looked at Reina. How? Can you guess? I have a guess, but the information is insufficient and I can't be sure. Reina answered seriously. What do you think? Yang Hui spread his hands to Gerard. Gerard, Greek letter Omega. While chatting, the group came to the headquarters. After Aragurius arranged the aftermath, he took them to the combat meeting room and joined Fleet, who had been waiting there since early morning. Thanks to the 3 lieutenant generals, otherwise we would not have achieved such great results. Aragurius said excitedly. Let's stop the meaningless flattery here, Aragurius. What's the result? Fleet scolded. Well, I'm rude, old commander. In this battle, our army eliminated 70% of the invading enemies. If the intelligence of the intelligence department is not wrong, there are only a few vegan fleets left in the Earth orbit, and the goal of the plan has been achieved, Argyris reported. Well, then arrange for the fleet to take off immediately, and send the fleet to space before the arrival of vegan supplementary fleet. Yang Hui said. It's already being prepared. At the latest tomorrow night, the first batch of fleets will be able to take off into space, including the Songerland, Baizen. Yes. Everyone nodded. Argyris's arrangement was very appropriate, and it was difficult to find any flaws. But 3 lieutenant generals, I have a mission that needs 3 of you to perform. Hearing this, Yang Hui and the other 2 stood up and saluted Argyris with serious expressions. That thing has appeared again. Admiral, you are right. Arthur stood up excitedly. Well, recently, there have been several attacks on merchant ships near Cemetery Number 1, and the subsequent investigation team failed to find any survivors. It's them. Arthur's expression was sometimes angry and sometimes excited. He himself has been looking for Sid, not for Exodp, but just to avenge his former comrades. Sid. Argyris, now is not a good time. Yang Hui said. Generally speaking, Yang Hui would not object to orders. He also wanted to obtain Exodp and kill Sid to avenge his former subordinates. But as he said, regaining control of the Earth's orbit requires a large amount of manpower and combat power. Before the Earth's orbit is completely mastered, they, as the strongest combat force, have more places where they are needed. What the Lieutenant General said is true, but the problem is, the investigation team found the wreckage of Vegan's warship near the Number 1 cemetery. Vegan. Yes, according to the information collected by the Intelligence Department, Isolkanda has been secretly sending people to look for something, and has not stopped even at a great cost. I see, it seems urgent. Yang Hui and others realized the seriousness of the situation. With only a small part of the technology, Vegan has suppressed the Federation in technology for decades. If Vegan gets the complete Exodp, then the Federation will really have no chance of winning. So, Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Lieutenant General Graham, and Lieutenant General Yulin will accompany the Heavenly Man Brigade to the Universe Number 1 cemetery to seize the cursed secret treasure. Yes. X6 Old Commander's words. I will follow the diva. Fleet took the initiative to say, although he was also very interested in Exodp, but Yang Hui and the other 3 had already gone there with the Heavenly Man Brigade, so it would be most appropriate for him to stay on the diva to supplement the combat power. I see. I'll leave it to you, old commander. Yes. That's it, everyone go back and prepare. Don't you want to ask me why I let the remaining fleet go? Yang Hui asked Argyris. The Vice Admiral must have his own considerations. Argyris said without hesitation. Alice, you know everything, why can't my nephew who has grown up with me see it? Yang Hui shook his head pretending to be sad. Huh? Argyris was stunned for a moment, then laughed randomly. Ha ha ha, that's really a pity. Everyone else laughed, but Fleet looked at Arthur with anger. The official order has been issued, the meeting is over, and now it is private time, so the atmosphere naturally becomes casual. Oh, I'm not asking if I don't understand, Arthur said awkwardly. So, you tell him. Then I'll make a fool of myself. As he said that, Argyris called up a piece of data, which was the casualties of vegan during the large-scale invasion of the Earth. This is as expected. Arthur and Gerald looked at the data and were confused, but Raina figured out that this data just proved her guess. What does it mean? Arthur and Gerald asked like dumb babies. The casualties of the vegan invasion operation are completely polarized. On one side, the casualties of cities and ordinary citizens are very serious, while on the other side, there are almost no casualties. The damage is basically military facilities. Is there any problem with this? Alice. Raina was also depressed. It's okay that her husband is not smart, but why is her boss like this too? But the big guys present looked at her expectantly. Helplessly, Raina could only take out the pad, call up the battle data of Lost Lowland, and then explain. In this Lost Lowland defense battle, Vegan was divided into two fleets, one descended from the Earth's orbit, and the other launched an attack from the sea, but the timing of the two fleets' attacks was obviously out of sync, and the cooperation between them was better than nothing, so. Raina paused and said her guess. I guess there are conflicts between Vegan's troops. Go on. Yes, after the battle, I found from the records that whether it was the Admiral's deployment or the three Vice Admirals' fatal blow, they were all aimed at the fleet that landed in the Earth orbit, and in the end they did not kill them all, so I guess, the Vice Admiral and the Admiral should want to completely split Vegan from the inside. Pa pa pa. Applause rang out. Raina's guess was very accurate and her analysis was very accurate. Excellent analysis and inventory. Although my deployment was not aimed at anyone, they just happened to get into the pocket. Argyris praised. Arthur, you can step down and let the wise man go. With your brain, you can't lead the Tenjin Brigade. Yang Hui teased. That? Excuse me, Your Excellency, Vice Admiral. Arthur was still speechless, and Raina took the initiative to stand up and refuse. Captain Asuno is an excellent captain and is very suitable to lead the Tenjin Brigade. Raina. Arthur was very moved, but the next second, he was petrified and cracked. Although Captain Asuno is easily impulsive, likes to take all the responsibilities on himself, likes to snatch other people's opportunities to make meritorious deeds, is not very smart, and has poor tactical command, but overall he is also a competent captain. Stop talking, okay? Arthur begged Rena to shut up. Rena, are you sure you don't want to be the captain because you don't want to manage such subordinates? Gerard asked weakly. Catcha, you two. Ho ha ho ha. Okay, let's all get ready. I'm afraid there will be no easy days in space. Tell the little bastards to get enough rest and prepare for more intense battles. Yes. Graham took Gerard and Rena to the hangar and transported the machine to Baizen. Yang Hui, Yulin and Arthur stayed behind because there was something very important to make clear to Fleet. Is this kid Chio also participating in the battle? Yang Hui asked Fleet. Yes. Has he figured it out? No, he wants to find the answer in the battle. Is that so? Haha, your family has been like this for 3 generations. Yang Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fleet was like this before, and so was Arthur. Even Chio had to find the answer in his heart in the battle. This is definitely 3 generations of blood. Blood descended. Fleet and Arthur shrugged and admitted it. Fleet, stop imposing your ideals on the child. I know. He's going to ask you to help him, father. We'll meet up with you after we complete the mission. Well, don't worry, that child is much better than you. After saying that, Fleet glared at Arthur unhappily. Arthur, Greek letter Omega, it's definitely the biological father. Chapter 195 Internal Division. Just as Yang Hui planned, after the Xanad and Jethert fleets evacuated to the safe area, a dispute immediately occurred. In fact, it can no longer be called a dispute, but a fight. The fleets of both sides were divided into 2 sides, with their guns pointed at each other, and the Mist troops attacked and were ready to fight. Jethert. You bastard. Tell me. Are you colluding with the Earth species? Xanad cursed through the video communication. Xanad, this kind of words requires real evidence. Do you have any evidence? Jethert asked Xanad coldly. If there was no collusion, why did your fleet only suffer such a small loss? Why would the elite of the Federation Army let you go and deal with me? How ridiculous. You were incompetent for not being able to see through the conspiracy of the Earth Federation. I was just about to inform you, but in order to compete for the credit, you were arrogant and took the initiative to jump into the trap of the Earth Federation Army. Now you want to push the responsibility to me. How shameless. Humph. Then your fleet should have followed immediately, instead of staying on the periphery and watching the show. Because of your arrogance and stupidity, countless compatriots have lost their lives in vain. Do you still want me to be as stupid as you and joke about the lives of my compatriots? You. Gerhardt's words hit Xanad's soft spot. Although it was not completely true, it was mostly true. Xanad was indeed greedy for merit and did not take the lives of his subordinates seriously. Xanad only cared about himself. How much credit could he get? What kind of high position could he be promoted to? As long as he climbed up step by step, I'm afraid even Isolkanda would not take it seriously. Xanad's subordinates were also very clear about this, but they were afraid to say it out loud. And this was exactly what Gerhardt wanted to see. The more arrogant and selfish Xanad was, the easier it would be for him to alienate him from his subordinates. Gerhardt wanted to lead Vegan to defeat the Federation and strive for a better future for his compatriots, which was not something that could be done with just a fleet. He had to gain as much recognition from his compatriots as possible and accumulate more powerful forces, so that he could overthrow Isolkanda's brainwashing rule and truly lead Vegan to the Eden of his dreams. And Xanad was the best chess piece. Gerhardt had been looking for a target to attack Xanad, so as to shake Isolkanda's prestige and gain more supporters, but he had never had the chance. And now, Xanad took the initiative to bring the opportunity to him. Humph. But it is a fact that you were not attacked by the elites of the Earth. Haha, no? If I hadn't stopped the captain and 2 vice-captains of the Heavenly Man battalion, do you think you would have had a chance to retreat safely? Gerhardt sneered. You. But the 3 death gods are targeting my fleet. And what kind of bullshit plan did you propose? The plasma bomb failed to destroy Lost Lallan, but instead caused heavy losses to my troops. Why set a timer? Can't it be detonated directly? I think you are colluding with the Earthlings for. I am not you. I will not use the lives of my subordinates as a stepping stone for me to gain credit. You. The timing of the bomb was precisely calculated. At the moment of the explosion, my subordinates and I will just withdraw to a safe distance. I just didn't expect that the Federation had already prepared for it. Our plan was seen through from the beginning. Humph, isn't this your mistake? Xanad finally found an opportunity to fight back. This battle plan was formulated by Gerhardt and approved by Isolkanda. Although Xanad was dissatisfied, he had to execute it according to the battle plan. The reason why the fleet suffered such a heavy loss this time was because Gerhardt's battle plan was seen through, so all the responsibility can be pushed to Gerhardt. Haha, I admit that my battle plan is not perfect. I will ask Lord Isolkanda for punishment, but you, Xanad, are responsible for letting your compatriots sacrifice their lives in vain. I will also report to Lord Isolkanda. Don't think you can shirk your responsibility. You. Let's stop here, Xanad. Instead of fighting meaninglessly here, we must return to space immediately and consolidate the control of the Earth's orbit. After saying that, Gerhardt directly hung up the communication, making Xanad furious. Gerhardt. You traitor. Give me. Lord Xanad. Please calm down. Seeing that Xanad had lost his mind and was about to give orders at random, the adjutant hurriedly stopped him and didn't let him finish his words. What? Are you going to be a traitor too? Xanad grabbed the adjutant's collar and lifted him up, staring at him with his bloodshot eyes at a close distance. Gurgle. The frightened adjutant swallowed his saliva and quickly explained, Lord Xanad, I didn't betray you, but our fleet suffered heavy losses and there is no way to compete with a Gerhardt fleet. You look at the number of both sides. If we fight, we will definitely lose. Hearing this, Xanad looked around and finally fell on the tactical map. The densely packed symbols surrounded them, and the anger in his heart also subsided a lot. Seeing this, the adjutant immediately increased his persuasion, and Lord Xanad, we are still on Earth now. If we fight ourselves, no matter who wins or loses, it will be difficult to maintain control of the occupied area, and Lord Isolkanda will blame us, even if we want to fight. We can't start first. I think we should report the situation to Lord Isolkanda. Let him make the decision. Humph. Xanad loosened his collar and pushed the adjutant away. Return to the occupied area at full speed, and then return to the universe. Yes. X and this order made everyone feel relieved, and they didn't have to fight with friendly forces. Everyone heard what Gerhardt said about Xanad just now, and many people remembered it in their hearts. The people on Gerhardt's side were naturally very moved. Which soldier didn't like to protect his superiors? The survivors on Xanad's side had very complicated psychological activities. Many of them served under Xanad from the beginning, but they were also dissatisfied with Xanad's tyranny. Now that there is a comparison, many people have plans to change their ways. Of course, not everyone thinks so. There are still many people in Xanad's troops who are like him, insidious, cruel, and selfish. But these people are the targets that Gerhardt is going to clean up. Fram, how much do you know about Xanad's subordinates? Gerhardt asked after returning to the captain's office. I understand it fairly well. How many people do you think we can win over? A lot of people. In fact, in Xanad's fleet, many people are dissatisfied with his brutal rule. Only a few scum share his bad taste. Go down and make a list first. Yes. Framnera took the order and left, but immediately stopped and asked, Lord Gerhardt, do we need to win over those who are close to Xanad? Those people only need a little benefit. No, such people are not qualified to enter Eden. Understood. Framnera's mouth curled up. This was the answer that matched her heart. Gerhardt Garrett, an interesting man. With this thought in mind, Framnera left, and Dalfrist persuaded Gerhardt. Lord Gerhardt, is it really appropriate to entrust such an important task to Fram? Dalfrist was not only worried that Framnera was too young and not steady enough, but also worried that she was not completely loyal to Gerhardt and that she would secretly do something that was detrimental to Gerhardt. Don't worry, Dal, I believe her. This. Mr. Yang Hui once said that trust is mutual. If I want to gain her trust, I have to give her trust first, just like we did back then. Gerhardt said. Yes, Lord Gerhardt. X3 The three were very happy. When they decided to join Gerhardt's camp, weren't they influenced by Gerhardt's newcomers at the beginning? Lord Gerhardt, I have to say that we can say that we have won a great victory this time. Not only have we weakened Xanad's power, but we have also shaken most of Xanad's fleet. Now Xanad is no longer a threat to you. Dieter said. No, Dieter, we lost. Gerhardt rubbed his sore eyes and said. How could it be? The three guards were puzzled. No matter what kind of contradictions there are between Xanad and me, the failure of the Lost Laulan raid, the sacrifice of a large number of compatriots, and the loss of control of the Earth's orbit, these are all failures. But Xanad. Dieter, Alpha, I hope you remember that we are vegan, and our goal is to take more compatriots to Eden. Lord Gerhardt. No matter how strong the fortress is, it can be broken from the inside, and now, there are cracks inside us, so, we lost to the Federation, to Mr. Yang Hui. Vegan has always been able to suppress the Federation. Why? One is technology, but with a research and development frenzy led by Yang Hui and fleet, this gap has been smoothed out. The second is the key, that is belief. For vegan, who are abandoned on Mars, born on Mars, and struggle to survive in a harsh environment every day, for a better future, they can burst out with more powerful combat power and are fearless of death. A firm belief is like a solid fortress, and the small beliefs of the vegan people are the bricks and tiles of this fortress. Now, the fortress has cracks. It is very difficult to repair it, and the other party will definitely not give them a chance to repair it. They will only try to make the cracks bigger and bigger, until the whole fortress collapses. Xanad was able to retreat safely under the siege of Yang Hui and the other two, and Gerhardt found something wrong. Now that his dispute with Xanad is getting more and more intense, he understands. Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. Is this a famous saying from the ancient times of Eden? It's really terrible, Mr. Yang Hui. Gerhardt sighed in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 196 Heading to the Universe. Vegan was arguing fiercely, and Lost Laulan was also busy. Compared with Vegan's tit for tat, Lost Laulan was united and united. The afterglow of victory still infected them. In this joy and excitement, everyone felt that they had endless energy and doubled their efficiency. The work that was supposed to be completed the next day was completed on the same day. If the Federal Army could maintain this efficiency, Vegan would have lost more than 10 years ago. Yang Hui sighed. If you keep the state, you will die. Graham laughed. Many people around him agreed with it. They didn't feel it when they were busy, but now that the launch procedure was ready, once they stopped, a deep sense of fatigue immediately spread throughout their bodies, and they were limp and their eyelids were fighting. Come on, everyone, cheer up, we're about to take off. Wait until we're in space before you go to sleep. Yes, the XN people replied. There was no way, they really couldn't sleep now, otherwise, enjoying the launch in the universe in their dreams, that feeling would definitely be countless times more sour than now. Captain, the Lieutenant General is back, shouldn't you step down? That's right. You bastards. Arthur was so angry that his teeth itched. After living and dying together for so long, is there really no emotion at all? It seems that you are unpopular, Arthur. Yang Hui teased. No. Captain, don't quibble. If we couldn't beat you, you would have stepped down long ago. That's right. You always take the credit from us. It's obviously your own fault, but you came back to give us extra training. The tactical command is a mess. There are no other instructions except charge. And we retreat. Only the driving skills are acceptable, Alice. Lieutenant General, I'm not targeting you, but your vision in selecting a successor is really too poor. Arthur, anxious. Captain is anxious. Captain. Stay calm at all times. This is the first lesson you taught us. I. Arthur's throat was filled with blood, and he wanted to vomit but couldn't. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed wildly at SM's frustrated look. Do they really have a problem with SM? Yes. But they don't really hate SM, but another kind of concern. What Reina said is true. In every battle, SM rushes to the front, resists the most enemies by himself, and carries everything on his shoulders. To be honest, which pilot of the Shinran squadron has not been saved by SM? They are also anxious and want to share the burden for SM, but they won't listen no matter what they say, so they will tell Yang Hui in this way to let him take care of SM. As for grabbing credit, since its establishment, the credit of the Shinran squadron has not been calculated by individuals, but shared by all members. Everyone is a brother and sister who has been through life and death together. In the Shinran squadron, they are family, regardless of you and me. SM's successor naturally passed on this tradition. And the behavior of everyone teasing SM is also a good tradition of the Shinran squadron. Living in a high-pressure life of either on a mission or on the way to a mission for a long time, without a way to adjust one's mentality, it is easy for a person to collapse. It's just that Yang Hui was very good back then, and he could always fight back when he was teased, while Arthur was often defeated. The launch procedure is ready. All personnel please go to the designated location immediately to fix. Repeat once. Launch procedure. Everyone dispersed and went to the designated area to fix their bodies to avoid collisions in the ship during the launch. The ground of Lost Lalan opened up, revealing dozens of warship launch ports. The flames were generous, the roar resounded through the sky, and dragging thick smoke and dust, dozens of warships set off from the ground and headed for the vast universe. This is the first fleet. Although the number is small, all of them are elites in the business. Because it is the first batch, they don't know what the situation is in the Earth's orbit, whether there are enemies waiting for them, and how many enemies will block them. Old Commander, Lieutenant General, I wish you good luck in military affairs. Under the leadership of Argyris, everyone who stayed in Lost Lalan stood up and saluted the fleet in the sky. This was another counterattack. In order for the Earth Federation Army to regain control of space and for the final victory of this war, they moved towards the unknown. It only took a few minutes to take off, but it became extremely long in everyone's mind. Gradually, the trembling hull stabilized, and everyone immediately released the fixed restraints and went to their posts to stand by. The bridge personnel nervously observed the surroundings, and the radar search system was fully turned on to prevent the enemy from attacking. It has left the atmosphere, the thrusters are detached, and the second cosmic speed is maintained. The radar search system has no response, and no enemy traces have been found in the nearby space. It seems that the first level has been passed. The captains of each ship breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the report. There are two most dangerous time periods for this takeoff. One is from the time of ignition to the acceleration to the first cosmic speed. At this time, the warship has no defense and the speed has not increased. If it is attacked by the enemy, it is basically a target. The second is the period from just escaping the atmosphere to the time when it reaches the second cosmic speed and escapes the Earth's gravity. During this period, although the warships can fight, the MIS troops cannot attack, otherwise they will be pulled by the Earth's gravity and fall to the Earth and burn into ashes in the atmosphere. Fortunately, many vegan fleets were indeed destroyed in the Battle of Lost Lowland, and no enemy came to intercept them. At this time, the task of the Federation fleet is to stay here, resist the possible invasion of the vegan fleet, and ensure the safety of the subsequent fleet's launch. The most conspicuous Song and Bizet will leave the fleet and go to perform other tasks. Song will take the route to the Luna base on the moon. Bizet will go to the Universe No. 1 cemetery to perform a confidential mission. This ship will serve as the flagship and lead the fleet to control this universe. Captain Aeneas, Captain Billet, I wish you good luck. You too. The Celestial Brigade naturally went to the Universe No. 1 cemetery to look for traces of Exodb and Sid. It was also an extremely dangerous mission for the Diva to leave the fleet and go directly to the Luna base, which had been out of contact for a long time. The Luna base had been cut off from the Earth after the destruction of the Giant Ring base. Not long ago, a message suddenly came that it was an order from the Federation's top leaders, requiring the Diva to transport the Age system to the Luna base for transformation and upgrading, and to hand over the Gundam Age 3 to the ace pilot of the Luna base. Fleet would never agree to the latter item. The Gundam Age is the symbol of the Asuno family, and only the people of the Asuno family are qualified to drive it. As for the first item, to be honest, during Fleet's reign, he applied to the Federation's top leaders countless times to develop and improve the Age system, but in the end, all his applications fell into the sea because of the face of the top leaders. Yang Hui also used the manpower and material resources of Yang's enterprise to conduct a comprehensive study of the Age system. The result was naturally that the research was thorough, and it was no problem to mass-produce it on a large scale. But the problem is, there is no need for safety. The so-called Age system can help the Gundam evolve infinitely. In fact, in the final analysis, it is to create the most suitable equipment for the current situation based on the driver's driving style, the battlefield, and the enemy's situation. This behavior is not evolution at all. Compared with mass production of Age system, it is better to directly design and mass-produce tactical backpacks suitable for various environments, and replace them directly in relative environments. As for driving style, it's not nonsense. Pilots who have adaptability beyond conventional equipment and need to adjust their bodies specifically for driving style are all ace pilots. And ace pilots are just so much, and they can adjust themselves. Why do they need to be equipped with Age system? Only pilots like Yang Hui, Graham, and Yu Ling may need the calculation and design of Age system for their special bodies, but they will never do stupid things like changing clothes on the battlefield. So, when Algaris saw the order sent by the Luna base, he immediately saw that there was a problem. There are many Gundams in the Earth Federation Army now. The Ace Machine G Titan, the mass production machine, Klesia, and Adele III, all use some of the technology of Gundam, and the Age system is dispensable. So, who else wants to get Gundam and Age system the most? So the Diva's mission was to transport the Age system and Gundam Age 3 to the Luna base, but in reality it was to investigate the situation at the Luna base. The routes to the Luna base and the Universe No. 1 graveyard overlapped in part, and the Diva traveled with Bizet for a distance, giving them more time to communicate. Maybe your mission this time is more dangerous than ours. Yang Hui said. Well, the Luna base has most likely rebelled. Fleet, Captain Nader Anis, and Sarek Abyss nodded in agreement. Just do a little reconnaissance and then find an excuse to slip away. If the enemy pursues you, it means there is a problem. It's indeed a good idea. Nader Anis was embarrassed. This method is indeed very good, but it just feels so rogue. It's really the style of the Vice Admiral. Sarek Abyss smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he had left the Shinrun Brigade for a long time, he had not forgotten the style of the three Yang Huis. On the battlefield, he is the god of death, and off the battlefield, he is a rogue old man. We will pay attention to it, but you should. Don't let the past happen again. Fleet reminded. Hearing this, Yang Hui's face suddenly darkened, with a dangerous sneer on his face. I won't make the same mistake a second time. This time I have prepared a big gift for them. Chapter 197 Goodbye Sid, Prepared Gifts. Approaching the cemetery of Universe No. 1, Bizet parted ways with his songstress. The radar search system is fully on. Due to electromagnetic interference, the detection range is only 10 kilometers. The optical detection system is activated, the thermal detection system is activated, and the system is normal. Second level combat preparation, the weapon system is online, and the enemy's position must be found in advance. Yes. XN arranged various tasks and the captain came to the combat meeting room. Yang Hui, Graham, Yulin, Arthur, Gerard and Reina all gathered here. The cosmic area of the cemetery of Universe Number 1 is not small. Searching aimlessly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They must first determine several areas with high probability of appearing before they can continue to act. Here, and here, in these three areas, merchant ship attacks are most concentrated, and here, a large number of vegan wreckage has been found. On the combat map, Reina marked the predicted areas where ExoDB and SID are most likely to appear. Then let's detect this area first. No, we don't go to these areas. Yang Hui retorted as soon as Arthur decided on the target. Why? Everyone was puzzled. ExoDB is drifting, its whereabouts are unclear, and SID's mission is to protect ExoDB from being discovered. These three locations have been approached many times. Do you think SID will let ExoDB stay in these areas and continue to be harassed? Yang Hui asked everyone. In other words, the areas with the most accidents are the least likely to find ExoDB and SID. That's right. But the other areas are too wide, and it will take too long for us to search bit by bit. Arthur shook his head and said. Then narrow the scope. How to narrow it? Yang Hui connected the four marked areas, marked an area at the intersection of the connecting lines, and then stretched it out, marking the area farthest from the intersection. There is really no pattern in the distribution of these four areas, but as long as they appear, they will inevitably leave traces. SID is very intelligent, but there are only two choices he can make. One is to maintain the previous action mode, then the intersection of these four areas is the most likely place, because they will pass by here with ExoDB. Second, since they have been discovered many times in this large area, they are likely to judge that these areas are no longer safe, and go to the farthest place to continue hiding. Yang Hui analyzed and explained to everyone one by one, making everyone agree and nod in approval. They had fallen into fixed thinking before, thinking of SID as vegan to analyze, so naturally the direction was wrong. If vegan was hiding a secret force in the number 1 cemetery to attack the Federal Army or merchant ships, then the accident-prone area would naturally be the most likely place for them to hide. After all, they would continue to attack passing warships or merchant ships. But SID's purpose has never been to attack, but to guard and hide, so if they are exposed too many times, they will naturally find another hiding place. We will mark the intersection as Area A, and the other direction as Area B. Captain, which area are we closer to now? Yang Hui asked. Area A. Then explore Area A first. The MIS force will be divided into 3 teams, led by me, Graham and Yulin to escort a battleship. Yes. XN. Although Yang Hui is no longer the captain of the Celestial Battalion, everyone will still execute the orders he issued without compromise. This is a benchmark in a belief. Whether it is the second captain, Arthur, or the future successor, they cannot reach such a height. The first batch of escort forces was naturally led by Yang Hui's Dawn Gundam. Although the radar search system for the Sunshade system has been completed, it is basically a large-scale detection equipment. Only fortresses and battleships have been equipped. In addition, the electromagnetic environment in the Universe Number 1 cemetery is very chaotic, so it can't play a big role at all. The research on miniaturization has not been completed for a long time, and the cost is too high. It cannot be installed on MIS at present, so only the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam are currently equipped. This is also the reason why the 3 of them led their troops separately to escort by Zen. We are about to enter the target area. All aircraft, stay alert. Understood. XN. I don't know if it was because of my good luck. Not long after entering Area A, the radar search system responded. Beep beep beep. E-detector responded. An unknown signal was found in the coordinate A21 area. Wait, unknown signals were found in the coordinates B15, D74, and E52. What? After receiving the report, Yang Hui frowned and immediately asked, are there any signs of activity? All are moving at a slow speed. The system determines that they are not floating objects in the universe. Hearing this, Yang Hui frowns even deeper. 4 unknown signals, and none of them are floating objects in the universe. How is this possible? Could it be that what we encountered that year? Thinking of this, Yang Hui immediately ordered, all his troops attack. Byzant, retreat at a slow speed. Graham, take Arthur and a team to confirm the unknown signals of A21 and B15. Yulin, take Gerard and Rena and another team to D74, and a team will follow me to E52. The remaining troops will protect. Byzant. Understood. XN. Without waiting for the Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam to attack, the Dawn Gundam led a team of Adel III to the farthest E52 coordinates. The Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam did not dare to delay, and quickly took people to the designated coordinates for confirmation. Byzant and the remaining troops were also ready to retreat. If Yang Hui's guess is true, then even if they prepared gifts for Sid in advance, they can only retreat. Fortunately, the Dawn Gundam, Luna Gundam and the Flag Gundam arrived at the designated coordinates almost at the same time, confirming that the detected unknown signal was not Sid, which made Yang Hui relieved. But the tone was soon raised again, because the unknown signal they found was a small signal transmitter, and its form was completely an unarmed miniature Sid. Be careful. Sid is going to your side. Yang Hui immediately notified, Byzant. What? Zizzy. Booma. Zizzy. The enemy has the entire boat team. The port site is equipped. Zizzy. Lieutenant General. Please return. The signal was very unstable and the communication was intermittent, but Yang Hui had received the news that Byzant was attacked, and immediately led people to rescue. Damn. I was tricked. Rushing back to rescue, Yang Hui saw that two Sids were surrounding Byzant, and they escorting Ms. troops on the left and right. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the wreckage of several Adel IIIs was floating around the battleship, and half of the remaining Adel IIIs were missing arms and legs. Even the surface of Byzant's hull had several large holes, and thick smoke was billowing. Don't panic. D11 formation, escort Byzant to retreat. Graham, Arthur, entangle Sid in position Z9. Yulin, come with me to kill the other one. Understood. X3 Rena, reorganize the line. Gerald, lead 2 teams to search in a fan shape. Sid is here. ExoDB must not be far away. Understood. XN. The search team returned, and 4 Gundams joined the battle. The chaotic formation immediately stabilized, and the danger faced by Byzant and Shinrun teams also suddenly decreased. I don't know if Sid was too impressed by the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, and Luna Gundam. Before the two sides engaged in battle, he immediately activated the Sunshade system and hid himself. But Yang Hui, who had suffered a loss once, how could he make the same mistake again? Where are you running? The Dawn Gundam raised his hand and fired a shot. The beam shot towards a place where there was nothing, but hit an invisible wall. Under attack, the Sunshade system failed, and Sid showed up again. Perhaps he was angry out of shame. After Sid appeared, the 4 beam cannons at the rear opened fire directly, and at the same time, the missiles behind him were fired at the same time, and dozens of missiles flew towards him. Facing the overwhelming attack, the floating cannons behind the Dawn Gundam were all deployed, and the beams were like raindrops, destroying all the missiles with billowing smoke, but the most terrifying purple-red beams were ignored. Are you ready to accept the gift I prepared for you? Facing the beam that was about to hit, Yang Hui was not nervous at all, and the Dawn Gundam did not dodge at all, as if it was scared silly. But the next second, swish, the support of the Luna Gundam arrived, and several floating cannons caught the beam cannons with his side. Mirror reflection system activated, mantle link system limit lifted LV-3. It was originally a weapon to kill the enemy, but now it turned around to attack itself. Sid's calculation program did not react for a while, and only looked sideways to dodge at the last moment, but was still pierced by 2 of its own beam cannons on the left wing. Don't think it's over like this. I have a reflective mirror, too. At this time, the Dawn Gundam's floating gun had already arrived behind Sid. Whether it was the beam cannon that was dodged by it or the beam cannon that penetrated its body, it was steadily received and attacked Sid again. Sid's computing speed has been improved to the extreme. His beam cannon was judged as a threatening target. The beam cannon fired again, meeting his target one by one, and bursting out a dazzling brilliance in the universe. But Yang Hui and Yulin would not miss this opportunity. They fired all their bullets, and dense beams fell on Sid like a continuous drizzle. SID's armor uses the technology of XODP, which is several levels higher than the current Federation Army and vegan. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate it at all. But since it has been injured, the damaged part of the armor is its fatal flaw. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless flames surrounded SID, and the explosions continued, drowning it. The next second, a broken voice rushed out from the smoke and dust. The wings and cannons had disappeared, leaving only a slender drive, fleeing outside. Don't even think about running. The Dawn Gundam instantly accelerated and chased after him, discarding the gun in his hand, and the two, Shijure blades, flashed with cold light. Zzz. With a jumping of sparks and arcs, the emerald green, Shijure blades, cut SID's body bit by bit, and it was divided into 4 petals in the cross wound. Boom. Chapter 198 found, destroyed. After confirming that the signal of one SID had completely disappeared from the enemy detection system, Yang Hui and Yulin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, SID used a lot of unknown high-level technologies, and no one knew whether SID still had any hidden cards. There is one left. Finally, there was only one SID left, but when the Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam were about to turn around to support the Flag Gundam and Gundam Age 2, Yang Hui's pupils shrank, and even Yulin's X-Rounder ability told her that she was in extreme danger. Yang Hui. Yulin. Be careful. It's heading towards you. Graham's warning came, but it was a little late. Because at this time, another SID had already met the Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam in the face, and its sharp wings were raised and swept across. The Dawn Gundam and Luna Gundam were caught off guard and were blown away at once. Ah. Oh. Yang Hui. Yulin. Uncle and Aunt. The Flag Gundam and Gundam Age 2 quickly caught the two machines and protected them behind them to prevent SID from continuing to attack the two. I'm fine, just the damage to the body is not small. I'm fine too. Although not as good as SID, the materials used in the armor and frame of the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam are not bad. The huge impact only makes the fragile joints yellow, not to the point of direct collapse. It's just that it's impossible to continue the high-intensity battle. Fortunately, SID didn't want to continue fighting, but came to the location where another SID was destroyed, folded his wings, and collected the wreckage. Graham. Arthur. Entangled it. Don't let it run away. Yang Hui suddenly recalled a detail, that is, in the battle on the second moon, SID, which was originally destroyed by Gerhard and Arthur, reappeared intact and merged with a vegan robot. At that time, Gerhard and Arthur had already destroyed XODP. So how did SID repair itself? In addition to the main body of XODP, is there a hidden automatic factory? If this is the case, then SID must not be allowed to leave, otherwise his and Yulin's efforts will be in vain, and SID may even increase their threat. When they return, it is likely that a large army of SID will return. Facing the army of SID, even if the Earth Federation and Vegan join forces, they have no chance of winning. Graham and Arthur received the order and attacked without hesitation, but SID made an incredible move. Its wings and weapons were all separated from its body. It used its short pointed feet to hold the wreckage and retreated rapidly, and its figure gradually disappeared. Don't try to run. The Flag Gundam and Gundam Age 2 were about to catch up to stop SID from escaping, but Yang Hui immediately stopped them. Graham, Arthur, retreat and defend. The two were stunned for a moment, and immediately sprayed in the opposite direction, and protected their arms and shields in front of them. Even the floating guns of the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam were all covered with energy, forming a shield to protect the 4 Gundams. Boom. The scattered wings and weapons quickly turned red, and then exploded with a loud bang. The huge impact force broke through the shield formed by the floating guns and blew away the 4 machines. Ugh. The 4 people quickly controlled the balance of the machine. When they wanted to find SID again, he was gone. Captain. Lieutenant General. Are you all right? Nothing. It just ran away, damn it. Lieutenant General. At this time, Gerard sent a communication, found it. Be on guard, a SID escaped, we're coming right over. Got it. Gerard had not directly felt how terrible SID was, but he had also watched the battle records of the Shinrun Brigade. Moreover, the pilots of the Shinrun Brigade were definitely elites even if they were newcomers. Just because SID could beat the Shinrun Brigade into half-crippled state in a very short time, he could not underestimate him. Fortunately, knowing that Yang Hui and the other 4 had arrived, they were not attacked by SID, which also made Gerard feel relieved. But Yang Hui couldn't do that. Instead, He felt a sense of urgency, because Sid didn't return to ExoDB with the wreckage and abandoned his guarding target. Then the previous speculation was confirmed. Perhaps there's really a secret factory hidden in a corner of the universe. Lieutenant General, have you copied all the data of ExoDB? Yang Hui asked Gerard. It has been completed by 72%. Continue copying the data, and the others will set up bombs. Set up bombs? This. Just get the data inside. Why keep this thing? Waiting for Vegan to take it. Understood. XN, although they are all his admirers, they are not the soldiers he has brought up. The difference is immediately reflected. If it were the former, Heavenly Man, Brigade, no one would hesitate to execute Yang Hui's order, even for a second. Yang Hui didn't plan to hand over ExoDB to the Federation from the beginning, or hand it over to the Federation in its entirety. Based on Yang Hui's understanding of the Federation, if these technologies were handed over to the Federation, they would be able to quickly defeat Vegan and end the war. But this is just the beginning of another war. The connection between the Gundam Age world and the Promise Fortress is an inevitable result. What he needs is a stable rear area, not a chaotic land full of war. But the biggest problem now is that it is not only him who found ExoDB, but also many other people. How to shut everyone up is a problem. It seems that I have to discuss it with Arguris. Yang Hui thought so. A few minutes later, all the data in ExoDB was copied out, and the explosion was arranged. Mission completed, we retreat. Yes. X and everyone left the asteroid where ExoDB was hiding, and the countdown for the explosion came to an end. Under the attention of everyone, the asteroid exploded from the inside, and the fragments flew and turned into dust in the universe. So far, except for the copied data and the missing Sid, the traces of the old era have been erased, and the cursed secret treasure has become history. Let's go back. We still have to go to the colony satellite for repairs. Understood. When everyone returned, Reina had already directed everyone to clean up the battlefield, collect the remains of their comrades, rescue survivors, etc., as well as the wreckage left by Sid. Even the tiny fragments have extremely high research value. Lieutenant General, Captain. Well, good job, Bizet, set sail, target Tortia. Yes. Bizet, set sail, Yang Hui and others also need to rest. The battle time was not long, but it was fierce, and their image in front of people was that of old people. Even if they were acting, they had to act very tired. Now one of the mission objectives has been completed. Yang Hui said while playing with a data storage device in his hand. This is half the relief, but Yang Hui. Graham looked at Yang Hui with a serious expression. You were careless this time. Yes, not only me, but also you and Yulin, we were all careless. Yang Hui laughed self-deprecatingly. Since they came to the Gundam Age world, they have not experienced any dangerous battles. The only relatively dangerous situation was the battle where they were betrayed and ambushed near the second moon decades ago. But even the time was not a life and death crisis. Look at what kind of dangerous battles they have experienced in the Gundam world. The Three Kingdoms military exercise, the final battle, which one was not hovering on the edge of life and death? The long-term easy battles have relaxed the string in their minds, so Graham was thrown away by Sid this time, and Yang Hui was attacked by Sid and had no time to react. The future is unknown, but as far as Yang Hui knows, the Gundam Age world is one of the least dangerous worlds among all the worlds. Whether it is the scale of the battle, the enemies strong, or the political intrigues, most of them are much more dangerous than this world. Papa Yang Hui patted his face and cheered up. Remember the lesson this time, we can't relax too much? Yang Hui said. That's what I said, but where can I find a suitable opponent? Graham said with a headache. The battle between life and death, the clash between the strong, he is really hard to find in this world. It is a good thing that there are few life-threatening situations, but to maintain the state, or even accelerate progress, danger is inevitable. If I am not mistaken, we will face a huge challenge in the final stage. Yang Hui said. Interesting, tell me. Sid? Aren't they already? Graham and Yulin were confused. Sid was indeed a strong enemy to them, but wasn't it solved? One was completely destroyed, and one was severely damaged, leaving only an unarmed torso. What threat can it bring? I suspect there is a secret factory hidden in the universe, otherwise Sid's last move really doesn't make sense. The two were shocked, and then they calmed down and analyzed. and found that what Yang Hui said was indeed correct. Sid's last behavior was completely illogical. Sid's goal was to protect XYDP, so he should have tried his best to stop them. But after Sid got rid of Yang Hui and others' pursuit, he did not go to the main body of XYDP to attack them, but disappeared with the core wreckage of another Sid that was insignificant. Haha, Yang Hui, you mean, we might have to face an army of Sids? Graham began to sweat as he spoke. He was not afraid of challenges, and even loved fierce battles, but he was not a fool. If he encountered an army of Sids, his first reaction would probably be to run as fast as possible. That's not a fight, that's going to die. Not an army, otherwise there wouldn't be only 2 Sids guarding XYDP, especially after our first battle with Sid. That is to say, there should be some restrictions. We must be prepared to face a sneak attack from at least 2 Sids, but it shouldn't be more than 5. Yang Hui said. That's not bad. Graham was relieved. 5 Sids would definitely be very difficult, but there was still a chance. As long as it wasn't a battle to die, Graham would face it bravely. Chapter 199 The Captured Gundam. After returning to Tordia, Yang Hui had already passed a mission report and the selected suitable technology to Argures, who was still on Earth. Argures saw the received technology and understood that Yang Hui was hiding it, but he did not ask more questions. He believed that Yang Hui had his own ideas. As for the senior officials of the Federation, they dared not question Yang Hui. Even though he was old, Yang Hui's prestige in the Federation was not something they could shake. Not to mention that Yang's enterprise was an absolute existence in the Federation and on Earth. To put it bluntly, with the current scale and status of Yang's enterprise, the lives of civilians and the army could not do without it. Moreover, since the bad driving operation, Yang's enterprise has cut off all great transactions, all business activities are legal and compliant, and it has never intervened in politics. It has been doing business with peace of mind, so that the senior officials of the Federation can't find an excuse to deal with it. Not to mention, Yang's enterprise has an independent intelligence system on Earth and the colony satellite. They will not collect intelligence from vegan, but specialize in collecting black materials from senior executives, business leaders and politicians of the Federation. If you really want to use black material to deal with Yang Enterprise, then you have to consider how much leverage the other party has on you. When Bizet arrived at Tordia, everyone exclaimed, because the holes on the hull were too scary. They had never seen Bizet suffer such a big damage. Then they saw the broken Adele III being transported to the arsenal for repair. They were all wondering what mission the Celestial Squadron was carrying out. What kind of danger did they encounter? But they could only guess. After all, the missions of the Celestial Squadron were mostly confidential, and XYDP was even more confidential. Leaking any of it would be a crime of treason. However, Yang Hui, Graham, Yulin and Arthur didn't care about these. They had more important things to worry about. You bastard. Why didn't you take care of Chio? Arthur's chest was full of anger, and he didn't care that Flint was his father. Because Chio was captured by Vegan, along with a Gundam Age 3. Faced with Artem's scolding, Fleet felt guilty. He had promised to take care of Kyo, but he didn't fulfill his promise, and he didn't fulfill his grandfather's duties. Okay, Artem, calm down. Yang Hui didn't feel too upset about Kyo being captured. When he arrived at Tordia and saw the Song Princess under overhaul, he guessed the result. Moreover, without them following, the Song Princess alone faced the grown-up Gerhard and his guards. Even if Fleet was at his peak, he might suffer, not to mention that they had to face Xanad, a ruthless man at the same time. The Abyss team was also considered excellent in the Federation, but on the one hand, they were outnumbered, and on the other hand, there was no ace pilot in charge. Fleet was old, so the capture of Kyo and Gundam was an inevitable result. But, calm down. Artem, there is no point in pursuing responsibility now. The most urgent task is to find a way to rescue Kyo. Yang Hui said. Tisk. Isem let go of Fleet and stepped back, but his angry eyes expressed his inner thoughts. If anything happens to Chio, I will not forgive you. In order to ease the atmosphere, Yang Hui put Chio's matter aside for the time being and asked Fleet questions about the mission. What is the situation at the Luna base? It can be confirmed that there has been a mutiny. Fleet took a deep breath, suppressed his self-blame and guilt, and replied, we haven't arrived at the Luna base yet, and they sent a fleet to greet us. I think something is wrong. The other party is too enthusiastic. Anus also thinks so we immediately turn to leave, but when we refused to go to the Luna base, the fleet launched an attack on us, and there were even many vegans hiding around. It was in this battle that Chio was. As he spoke, he was involved in Chio again. Fleet's mood was filled with self-blame again, and his somewhat turbid eyes flashed with tears. He was the saddest person when Chio was captured by vegan. First, he is Chio's grandfather, and he raised Chio by hand, and the degree of intimacy between them is even closer than that between Yasim and Chio. Second, Chio is Fleet's hope, and the grandson who has the greatest hope of becoming a savior and fulfilling his wish. Third, Fleet was there at the time, and he once again experienced the reluctance and guilt of not being able to protect his relatives. Okay. How old are you? Hold back your tears. Yang Hui scolded. What vegan really wants is Gundam, so Chio will be fine, and I don't think vegan would do anything to child. Yang Hui said to Fleet and Yasim. But that's vegan. Fleet roared, and eased a little, but the idea that vegan is a demon still exists. So what if he's vegan? Isn't he a human? Have you wasted all these years? Yang Hui scolded Fleet. He knew that Fleet was just too concerned, but such extreme thoughts must not appear. If Yang Hui didn't stop him in time, Fleet would get deeper and deeper into this idea and eventually go down the old path. Tisk. Kyo should be imprisoned on the second moon now. Arthur, call Gerald and Reina, let's go save Chio. I'll prepare it right away. Arthur went to inform Gerald and Reina excitedly, and didn't ask Yang Hui if he had a rescue plan. He just wanted to save his son now, even if it cost him his life. I also. Don't go. Fleet also wanted to prepare the machine and follow the rescue plan, but was opposed by Yang Hui. Why? Chio is my grandson. I didn't take good care of him. I must. Shut up. Fleet kept on making excuses for himself, but Yang Hui shouted at him to shut up. How can you save people in your current state? Rescuing Kyo can't be a regular military mission. If the top brass find out, they will abandon Kyo. We can only rescue him ourselves. Then You are a civilian, but this rescue operation must be a secret operation. Your condition will only increase the probability of us being exposed in advance. Not taking care of Kyo is not enough. Do you want us all to be trapped in Vegan's base camp? Calm down, Fleet. You must stay calm at all times. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. Fleet immediately cooled down his fiery brain. He had to admit that he was indeed not suitable for participating in the rescue operation in his state, which would only increase the danger, but, to be honest, Yang Hui and the others were not suitable for rescue either, right? You all have military positions now. If the people above find out, they will definitely make things difficult for you. Fleet reminded. No problem. The three of us are now under the Shinrun Brigade. The Shinrun Brigade is only responsible to the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army. I will contact Argyris immediately and ask him to give us orders in the form of a formal mission. Although it was a personal act, Yang Hui and others who held military positions were indeed not suitable for unauthorized action. Although they were not afraid of being criticized, as a soldier, they had to abide by their duties. As a qualified soldier, they could not act without authorization. However, due to the special nature of the Shinrun Brigade and their relationship with Argyris, it was no problem to ask for a confidential order, but it would not be reported to the top leaders of the Federation. Moreover, even if the Federation knew about it afterwards, they would not dare to use this matter to make things difficult for them. If it happened before, they could still issue a clear ban and prevent them from carrying out rescue operations, but when the dust settled, no matter how many accusations they made, it was meaningless. Moreover, with the identities of Yang Hui and the other two, they did not dare to do too much, let alone make things difficult for Kyo. This is also one of the reasons why only a few of them acted, instead of the entire Shinrun Brigade acting together. The current Shinrun Brigade is no longer what it used to be. Anyone who gets angry will dare to go directly against the Federation, with Yang Hui as the absolute core. The other members of the Shinrun Brigade are ordinary soldiers. Their careers are still in the hands of the Federation. If they go with them, the top leaders of the Federation will not dare to make things difficult for Yang Hui and others, but will turn to trouble others. Yang Hui does not want this matter to affect the bright future of other members. I understand. In the name of the temporary Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army, I order Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Lieutenant General Graham, Lieutenant General Yulin, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur, Lieutenant Gerard, and Lieutenant Reina to set out immediately to sneak into the vegan base camp, recapture the Gundam H3, and rescue Kyo Asuno. Yes. X6. This is the tacit understanding between Argyris and Yang Hui. After hearing the details, he issued the order without any hesitation, and this order will only be kept by himself and will not be passed on to the ears of the upper echelons of the Federation. Although the federal government has been purged and the biggest traitor, the Orphea family, has been eliminated. But those who understand, so Argyris's relationship with the higher-ups has never been very good. That being said, the official order has been issued, and Argyris has relaxed. Thinking of several difficulties in this mission, you have received the official order, but how are you going? How are you going to come back? Bizet cannot be used, and there is no fleet to pick you up. I contacted my family, and a transport ship will arrive in Tortia soon. Transport ship. Argyris raised his eyebrows. 100% transport ship, without any weapons. Well, I understand. Argyris did not ask any more questions. Then Lieutenant General, I wish you good luck in your military affairs. When you return safely, it will be time to retake the Luna base. Don't worry. This is not the first time we have gone to the second moon. It's just that I didn't have a good sightseeing last time. I won't miss it this time. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being a Lieutenant General. So that's it. I will also go to the universe soon. Okay. After hanging up the communication, Arthur, Gerard and Lena all looked at Yang Hui strangely. They were very interested in the transport ship he mentioned. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.